Hello, my friends. In this lesson, I want to talk to you about the structure and how it all came to be of web pages, which are pretty much that user area of HTML. And I promise I'll keep it interesting. However, first, I do want to remind you, or let you know if you never have learned it before, that the word internet, it's derived from interconnected networks. Okay, so the internet is referred to as an electronic communication network that enables the connection of computer networks, transferring a control protocol. And anyway, that's called TCP/IP. And that is, the internet is defined as a set of connected networks. I think that's pretty much the easiest way to remember it. Briefly, the internet allows computers around the world to communicate with each other via cables. And the information on these computers is stored in what we will call a server, which is open 24/7. Now, resources that allow us to access this data are also called web browsers. And we all tend to know Chrome and Firefox, Safari, etc. The data that comes into us when we search inside of our browser, it's typically going to consist of three different types of page structures. So this includes HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and it's the most widely used markup language, and it's used to display web pages on the internet. In other words, web pages are composed of HTML, which is used to display text, images, or other resources through your chosen web browser. So HTML is the basic building block, if you will, of the web, and it actually isn't technically a programming language. But it is responsible for the structure of the website. So first we will establish our structure. So that's it, right? No. I mean, there's a whole lot more to it than that, because we've got to create visually rich content which is used on web pages. So here is also the CSS factor coming into our lives. Now, CSS is short for Cascade Style Sheet, okay? So it's responsible for shaping of the website. Okay, so is that all you need to know? Negative. The third component of what we're going to be learning here is JavaScript, which is necessary to determine how each different part of the web page functions. So what I'm actually setting up for you here is, how are you going to basically learn what's essential and what is unnecessary? So I've decided that it's kind of more useful to examine the issues separately. So in this course, what we're going to do is start with HTML, and that's the basis of web development. And then, if you want to go up to the next floor, so to speak, in your progression, you will be able to learn the other topics once you've mastered this. All right, so let's have a little chat then about the text editor. We're going to prepare our applications with this text editor while we learn HTML. Of course, there are many options for text editors. And before we get to my favorite, I want to let you know what else is out there, right? There is Atom, as I mentioned before. There's brackets, VS Code, Notepad. But I think the most useful and visually beneficial to us all, especially when you're starting out, is Atom. So, in this course, we're going to make all of our applications in Atom. So in order to use the Atom editor, we're going to download it to our computer. Of course, we'll go to Google or whatever your favorite search engine is to download Atom. And all we do is type in Atom and go to the first page from the results that come up. And then on the page here, we'll click Download, and as you can see, Atom is downloading. And then when the download finishes, we'll just open up atom.exe, Now, we get a blank screen. And if you get a welcome screen or black screen, it doesn't matter. Let's just get to work. So close all of these screens. And what I want to tell you is just go through some of the initial properties for Atom that are going to be most useful. So we're going to be learning by practice or hands-on, as I told you before. So I don't want to necessarily just overload you with a lot of theory or practical or logical explanations. I just want to show you the features as we will use them. So I want to show you the properties of Atom as they become available. You can, of course, poke around if you want to, but then you will be able to use the different tools in the applications that we're going to make, and that way you will learn it as best as you possibly can. All right, so what did we do today? We answered the question of what is HTML. Briefly, we talked about some of the other components of front-end development. Then we prepared the necessary environment for HTML by downloading Atom, and that we will be able to use throughout our course. So in the next lesson, that's when we're going to talk about the basic tag usage in HTML. All right, I hope you're all set up, and I will see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in this section, we're going to talk about what the common HTML tags are. Tags and attributes are the basis of HTML. Tags are used to mark up the start of an HTML element. And as you can see here, tags are open first. Content is written and then usually closed with angle brackets. So first, let's have a look at what these tags are and that we're going to be able to practice with. Now, of course, there are going to be many or even hundreds of HTML tags, but don't concern yourself with that. We're going to use some of these tags regularly. So in this lesson, we're going to go over some of the most common tags used to create an HTML document that we see on probably in everyday life. So let's have a look at how we use these tags in applications. In our previous lesson, you remember we mentioned that we would prepare our applications with Atom, and we downloaded Atom. So now we can start up Atom and continue our topic through Atom. Now, a regular start is important to avoid confusion for the future. So before we start using Atom, I want to first create a project folder. And to do this, just right-click where we want to and select the new folder. For example, let's name HTML projects, and then let's go back to Atom, and now we can add project folder. Now let's create a new HTML file for our first project. And again, we can click File and New File. We'll use the HTML extension to make the file that we create here an HTML file. Okay? So yes, our first HTML file is ready. Now we've got to fill in our file. So first, we will need to add the default HTML code. Now, you're going to know what I mean about using Atom here. So write HTML on the screen and press the Tab key. Ta-da! Atom even created the HTML structure for us. And as you can see, the program saves time by completing our code thanks to this prediction feature. Now first, an HTML page starts with the doc type declaration. Now this is not an HTML tag. It is an instruction to the web browser about what version of HTML the page is written in. Then comes the HTML tag with language and directory attributes. The HTML lang attribute is used to determine the language of the text content. So this helps search engines return specific results. The dir attribute determines the writing direction of the content that we write. For example, English is written from left to right, while, let's say, Arabic is written from right to left. So we can say the HTML tag is a basic tag and compiles other tags that we use. So usually we will open and close the tags first, and then they fill up. So our second basic tag is the head tag. So this is a section where content and definitions related to the site are prepared. The codes contained in this field will not appear in an HTML document. This tag functions together with other child tags, such as title, meta, script, etc. So it can be said that it's a helper tag. It doesn't really function alone. Okay, so now we come to the meta tag that you see here. So this tag contains information about the application, and again, it's not visible in the browser. So right here, you can see that it gives information about char set, page writer, last date modified, etc. Now the title tag, which is under the head tag, is used for revealing the title of the HTML document and is usually displayed in the browser's title bar at the top. It's also displayed in browser bookmarks and search results. So let's go ahead and add our title, which will appear in the browser. We'll just add it to the title content, and let's see what happens when we save our application. All right, so our title now appears in the browser. Terrific! So now it's time to fill in the body tag. So the body tag is the label that contains everything inside of our web page, and we can edit the content of our page by using other tags. And we can say, well, everything else in the head or in the body tag. So the head and body tags are similar, but they aren't inside of each other. So let's just write up some text, which we can use inside the body tag. So first, we'll talk about headers used in an HTML document. There are pretty much 6 different headings from H1 to H6. And H1 is the most important, and H6 would be the least important. That is, the number decreases as the heading grows. So let's write the heads in order and see what difference they're going to be together, and we can do some copying and pasting to make things easier. So let's save and run our application. And look at that. See, so the number decreases as the heading grows, just like I told ya. Here, so let me show you something. We can increase the figure up to 6. So if we use H7 or H8, there will be no change. Now, the other tag is the P tag, which is a paragraph tag, and the tag will format text into a paragraph. Now, the strong tag is used to indicate the importance of text between them, and the bold expression. The B tag thickens that expression without specifying any significance, and it makes the word between the tag bold. So here we'll use these tags, and we can see that the words in between are indeed bold. Now the M tag is used to highlight text. The I tag defines part of the text in an alternate voice or mood. Now, of course, both display text in italics, and here we can see the difference in the words between these tags are italic. Now, if we want to use underlined text, we can use the U tag. And so as we make these changes, we can save our application, and let's see what it looks like. Excellent. So there you go. You've learned the basic tags and their functions and how they're used in an HTML document. And we prepared our first application in Atom. Now, if you want to build on that, we'll see you in the next class. Hello, my friends. In our last lesson, we learned the basic HTML tags that we'll use frequently. Now, in this section, we're going to delve in a little deeper, and we're going to start to enrich our site visually. So today, we're going to talk about images and attributes. So let's give it a shot. So images, probably the first thing that comes to mind when we talk about the visual media. So let's start with that, and let's see how to add some images first. So the IMG, or image tag, is used to add an image into HTML documents. The image tag is not a closed tag, so we don't write /image at the end of this tag. There are two required attributes for the image tag. The src attribute, that's used to specify the image to add. So here we'll come across two different situations. So if the image to be added is in the same directory as our HTML file, we only need to write the name of the image file with the extension. Now, in the second case, if the picture to be added is a picture somewhere out on the internet, we're going to need to write the link of this picture here. All right, so consolidating all of that, we also have to write the same again in the application. So we add text that defines the image that we have added with our alt attribute. So why do we have to add descriptive text to an image? Well, I'll give you a couple of reasons for it. First is to allow search engines to understand what our image is about. The other reason is that if users can't view the image, well, there's information for them. So why wouldn't users be able to see the image? Well, most common reasons for this are, well, slow internet. Some people are actually still using dial-up, and that's okay. Another one is an error in the source attribute or a user using a screen reader, and many others. But for now, that's good. So let's have a little review about what we've already talked about. The most basic form of the image tag, remember that from the beginning of the lesson. We open the image tag and then typed src and the alt attributes between them. Now, of course, there are many more attributes that we can write, and we're going to see some of those in practice soon, but some of them, in fact, in our CSS course. So let's just cut to the chase and get to having some fun. So for this, let's open up our program, Atom, and now we can create a new HTML file inside the practice folder. Then we first write HTML and press the Tab key to create the basic HTML structure. And for this, we can write practice 2 as our title. All right, so let's get into the body, and we'll start adding our image. So we'll start with just a picture from our computer. For example, let's let our concept be of the world, right? So for this, I happen to have a beautiful picture of the world on my computer. Now I'm going to create a new folder named Pictures in the project folder and put our picture in this folder. Okay, so because of that, our picture is now ready. So it's time to add it into our HTML file. And as you may remember, we add the image tag and then our src and alt attributes between. Now, in the src attribute, we'll write world.jpg and write world as alt attribute. All right, so our HTML file looks ready, doesn't it? And if that's right, then let's save it and run it. Whoa, where's our world? No world. Oh, but look, at least we see this. Okay, so sometimes users can't see the image that we've added. They would see the descriptive text that we wrote into the alt attribute. And that's why we do it. Now, why didn't we see the picture? Well, because the image that we added with our HTML file is not in the same directory. So, in order to correct this error, we'll just need to correctly write the directory where our image is located. So let's now go to the application and say that our image is under Pictures, and that's the folder. So let's save it and try it again. And there is our beautiful world. So now let's talk about some of these other common attributes. The first two of these attributes are width and height. And of course, as you may have been able to guess, we can adjust the aspect ratio of our image with these attributes. For example, let's reduce our beautiful world a little and first look at the current dimensions of the world. So to do this, we're going to go to our picture and right-click and click on the features. Going to the Details tab, and yep, sure enough, it's here. Now, the size of this image is 1600 by 900 pixels. The most important thing to consider when playing with the dimensions of the pictures is to stick to the original aspect ratio. For example, if we want to reduce this picture, we can make it 800 by 450 pixels. In other words, the width and the length of the image will reduce at the same rate. So let's do that. And then we write these attributes like src and alt on our other two attributes. And then we save it and we can see the result. And there it is. Our world is getting smaller. It shrunk. But here we have reduced both values by half to ensure that the aspect ratio does not deteriorate. So what if we want to take our picture to a ratio that we can't calculate the aspect ratio so simply in our head? So in this case, we would set the width to the desired value and don't enter any value for the height. Excellent. So now another attribute is the title. Of course, this title is not the title tag that we saw before. This is the title attribute. So in this attribute, when the image is hovered over in the browser, a bubble appears with whatever we want to write. So for example, when you hover over our image, let the world, and we can write other attributes and write the world into it, save and refresh our page, and there you see that the bubble comes out when we hover our mouse over it. So that's enough for now, don't you think? We've pretty much learned how to add an image to the HTML page and make some basic adjustments. And we started the attributes and looked at some of the attributes that we use to add an image. So goodbye for now, but I do want to see you in the next lesson. So review what you need to, and we'll carry on because we're going to learn how to use the HTML list. Hello, my friends. Just as promised, in this section, we're going to talk about HTML lists. HTML lists are used to create, lists of information. Now, all lists may contain one or more list elements. There are basically three types of lists in HTML, and specific tags are used to create each type. So an unordered HTML list, an ordered HTML list, and a definition HTML list are the three types. So let's have a closer look at these lists in the application. So let's open up Atom again. And first of all, let's create an HTML file named list for HTML. And we'll continue our topic in this file. Now, of course, we create the HTML structure to specify that we will write with HTML. And I'm sure you remember that you just type HTML and press Tab, and Atom is taking care of the rest. So we'll start with our first list, which is the unordered list type. Now, an unordered list is obviously not ordered by whatever number, letter, or any other ordering system that you can figure. A marker or a bullet is displayed next to each item list. Unordered lists are created using the UL tag, and it's defined as a bullet. So after that, we can just use the li tag to define each item in the list. For example, supposing that we want to sort drinks. We'd like to list drinks that we typically get, coffee, tea, lemonade, Coke. Then here's where we write the drinks that we want to make the list of with the li tag. And that's it. Okay, so such markers or bullets are created automatically if we haven't identified a specific type. Or let's say that we want to make a circle marker. We'll add the type attribute to the UL tag again and give it the circle value. And we'll see these and other visual subjects in detail in our CSS lesson. But right now, I just want to define a list with you under coffee. So let's define a new UL tag under the li tag of coffee. And then I'll add with milk or without milk as options to the li tag, refresh the application. And there you go. A new list has been added under coffee as a drink. Now let's talk about ordered lists. They are, of course, ordered by numbers, letters, or whatever else you can think of. Ordered lists are created using the OL tag, and it's used to define the list, so we'll use the li tag to define each item in the list. And now we can write the same beverages in our list. So let's use the OL tag. Now, when we save and refresh our application, we'll see that the list comes in as 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Because by default, it's a numbered HTML. List item is going to be marked with the usual numbers, 1, 2, 3, etc. So if you add or delete items on the list, the numbers will change automatically. Now, what if we use the type attribute again to change the sort marker? So if we want to, change the ranking to be in capital letters, just type A, and we'll write A to type attribute, or sort by Roman numerals, we write I to type attribute. Now, we don't always have to start ranking from the first value. For instance, if we want the first item to start from 10 instead of 1, well, we can do that. We just start the attribute with value 10. And you'll see when we refresh our application, our list starts with 10 and continues from there. So description lists are similar to other lists, but in a description list, each list associates specific names and values within a list. So this arranges your items in the same way as they are arranged in a dictionary, let's say. So examples might be items in an ingredient list and their descriptions, article authors and brief bios, stuff like that. You can also have as many name value groups as you like, but there must be at least one name and at least one value in each pair. So description lists are done by using the DL tag to define the list and use the DT tag to define each term in the list, and the DD tag is used to define the description, definition, or value of the term. You can associate more than one value with a single name, or vice versa. So here we can see how we made that change when we refresh it and have a look at that application again. All right, well, we've come to the end of this lesson. I think we learned a really big step here, how to create a list on an HTML page. And that's a very good thing to learn. You can practice and push things around at will. But in our next lesson, we're going to prepare a detailed example just to, reinforce all of your learning that we've had up until now. So until then, goodbye. I'll see you next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in this lesson, we will prepare a sample menu in order to reinforce the HTML information that we have learned so far. As you can see here, we will prepare a sample coffee menu with you. So if you wish, you can stop here and test what you've learned on your own and then examine what we've been doing. Or you can just follow along with us and we'll prepare a different menu example. You can do one on your own. So let's start right now by writing our example on Atom. So open up the application and add an HTML file named list example to our project. Press tab by typing HTML and get our general HTML tags. First, write the title that we want to appear in the browser into the title tag. And when we look at the sample that we've prepared, we'll see that we've just added a picture that wrote a menu. Now, if you remember, we use the img tag to add a picture, and we add the URL address of the place with the src attribute. So let's now add the products in the menu gradually. So we'll see that 3 different groups are listed sequentially here: beverages, sandwiches, desserts. So then we can write the OL tag, which is our sequential list creation tag. And first we can add the beverages with the LI tag. And since we want this to be like a head, I'll write in the H2 tag. Yeah, but here the spelling of the number 1 I don't really like it so much, so I want to move it to the H2 tag and move that into the LI tag. When we do it this way, there seems to be a problem in the number 1. So let's try to solve this problem by using the B tag. And yeah, there you go. I think that is a much better appearance. But the point that I want to make here and to have you pay attention to is the use of nested tags. So the first one, the B tag, is finally closed, and then the LI and H2 tag in turn. So if you wish, you can add and finish the elements in the first list in order. So we can add the sandwiches and desserts part in the same way. And sure enough, when we look at what we've done, our first list elements have been added. All right, so now it's time for what we can do with these beverages. So let's add hot beverages, which are slightly smaller than our first heads. And we'll use the H3 tag for that. Now pay attention to the underline, and we can use our U tag. And we can see here that there is an unordered list form, and we can add these elements to our UL tag with a I tag. And yeah, it's on our list, so what do we have to do to have some options here? So what we'll do is we'll need to add a new list. And when we look at the sample that we've prepared, it's an ordered list that starts with the small letter A. So we should declare the type attribute as a small a in the OL tag. And when we add our milk or no milk preference, hot drinks are also ready. So now it's time to add our head to the cold drinks section with the H3 tag. And we're going to have another list. Now, having so many lists can be a bit boring, but I think it's good experience for you to create different types of nested lists. So let's add our cold drinks here, and the drinks section is finished. So now we can start adding the sandwich section. So first, an unordered list part that, catches the eye. We can add and look at the cheese sandwich with the LI tag. And the first thing that catches my eye must be dark, but we haven't added that yet. So remember that we used a strong or B tag for that? Right. So what we want to use then is the strong tag. And now it's time to write our, the ingredients of the cheese sandwich, right? So we can add white cheese, tomato, salad, and lettuce. And note that, do you see how this is in italics? Because we wrote it in the I tag. And we can add our other sandwiches in the same way. So here we can just copy and paste. That'll make our job a little easier. And look at that. Most of our menu is ready. So now for me, here's the best part. It's in the desserts. Of course, we're going to do a list again, but don't worry. This is going to be our last list here. So let's add an unordered list, and we'll start adding the different kinds of sweets. And when we look at the cheesecake section, we come across an ordered list with Roman numerals. And we immediately determine the type of the OL tag as I and add our varieties. We immediately determine the type of the OL tag as I and add our varieties. And here, our menu is ready. So that's enough for now. So my friends, we've prepared a menu example with you and reinforced the HTML knowledge that we've learned thus far. And of course, we added plenty of lists, and we remembered how to add pictures. And we've made some differences in our menus with the basic tags that we learned. Now, if you wish, you can have a look and go back and remember what you've learned with small examples and progress more if you'd like. Otherwise, you can carry on with the next lesson. Now, remember, you can always contact us with problems or questions if you're experiencing something that you're just stuck with, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. So in this section, we're going to talk about block level and inline elements in HTML. So first of all, I want to talk about block level inline element properties, and then we'll get into div and span tags that actually get their functionality from CSS. But basically, I want to tell you that HTML tags are examined in two different groups. These are block level elements and inline elements. So the element in HTML is either block level element or inline element. Cool. So now when we look at block level elements, they are always tags that start with a new line. It occupies the entire area determined between the opening and closing tag. When we look at the inline elements, it starts in the same line, and it only takes up as much content within that line. So here are two of the best examples that I think can make with these elements. Here are div and span tags. So come on, let's try to understand what we're talking about here, and we'll apply it in Atom. So start Atom and create a new HTML file, and we'll call it block level inline element. And start by pressing tab, typing HTML as we'll always do, and we'll give a title to our page. Now, without using the div and span tags, I want to talk to you about the HR tag, which I don't know if you've come across before, because I know I haven't shown it to you before. So in this lesson, I really do believe that we will understand the difference between block level and inline elements, right? That's a no-brainer. But I want to better explain the HR tag, because first of all, the HR tag is a single tag that does not need to be closed. So when you're using the HR tag, as we see here, it draws a horizontal line from start to finish. So now let's use a few HR tags in a row to better understand the block elements. So yes, we have horizontal lines under it. Right now, let's just slightly reduce the width of our lines with the width parameter. And that'll complete some points here and here. So I'll set the width to 400 pixels. And as we can see, none of the lines came side by side with all the lines lined up, because the HR tag is also a block level element. And when we use these elements, we have specified that it will always start with a new line. All right? So now, getting back to what I was telling you in the beginning of the lesson, we'll talk briefly about div and span tags so that we can see the difference between block level and inline elements. So first of all, I want to add two paragraphs, and I want to include our first paragraph in the div tags. Using the div tag here, let's think of it as if I've created a box. So let's delete a few HR tags just to see what that looks like, and add some space between them. All right, so here we've created a box, just like that, with a div tag. And now let's just think that we've added everything between the opening and closing tags in this box. So we take a few words in our paragraph between the div tags and look at it, and there's the section that we take between the div starts with a new line. Now, I want to see the difference by using the span tag in our other paragraph. And as we expected, there's no change in the part that we created with a span tag because, as you may remember when I told you in the beginning, the span tag is an inline element, and it starts in the same line, and it only takes up as much content. So that's about as simple as you can get with these div and span tags. We're going to be able to increase the effect, the styling part, with CSS. So we'll be able to elaborate these tags in that part of this lesson. However, they are pretty good examples so that you can see the difference between block level and inline elements. So I hope that was useful. Go back and play around with it if you want to. And I want to see you in the next lesson. Hello, everybody. So in this section, we're going to talk about HTML tables. Now, a table is a structured set of data that's made up of rows and columns. HTML tables are often used to get a more organized image in your web browser. So the tables just make it easier for us to see the connection between different data. So we're going to add cells inside rows, as we see here when creating our tables. So first of all, we're going to create a table with you, and it's going to be empty. And then after that, we're going to fill our table with fruit and vegetables. Why not? It's good for you. And then you'll see all the different subtleties that we can employ while creating a table in HTML. And hopefully you'll see that it's pretty easy to do. So let's have a look at the tags and attributes that we're going to use in this lesson. So to create our table, we will start with the table tag and shape our table with other tags that we've seen here. Let's start using our tags with details and add them. We can continue by creating an HTML file called tables. As soon as Atom starts up, we'll press Tab by writing HTML and let HTML form the basic part. Now let's use table tag inside the body tag to create our table. And then here we can use the border attribute with a value of 1 to create a border. Now we can begin to create rows and cells in our table. So the TR tag is used to add rows to the table, and the TD tag is used to define cells in the table. Let's go ahead and add a few lines and cells inside. A small table when we save it and run the application. Now, did you notice there was a problem in sizing since we did not fill our table yet? So, of course, we must first specify width and height as values in our table. And for this, we'll use the width and height attributes in the table tag. Now, here I want to give these properties, let's say, a value of 200 pixels. And we don't need to write the pixel in unit value here. So now our table is ready. So now let's talk about two more attributes before we fill in our table. The first one is the call span attribute, which allows the cells to merge side by side. Let's say I want to merge two of our cells in this first row. Let's copy our table and look at the changes. So in my first cell, I will set the call spell attribute value to 2. And see, 2 cells merge, but one more cell appears here. So of course we got to remove this cell that we created earlier for this. Now our 2 cells are united side by side. Second attribute is row span, which allows the cells to merge one after another. And now we can specify the row span value to be 2 in the TD tag to merge the 2 cells in a row and remove the cells that we don't want to have there. So now let's fill in our table like we talked about earlier. And again, we can copy our first table and make the changes to it. All right, so now I want to give our cells a title called Fruits and Vegetables. So to do this, we use the TH tag. And let's add apple as fruit and eggplant as vegetable. Let's add orange and spinach to our second line. And now, of course, when we run the application, we can see our table in all of its glory. So now let's say that I want to delete the width and height values that we've given here and see how that's going to change. So if you remember, we had a little difficulty sizing our table when it was empty, but now it's not a problem once you start putting info into it. So we're not going to need to use the width and height attribute since we will use the inside of our table in full. So let's talk a little bit about the T-head and T-body tags as we come to the end of our lesson here. So we can use these tags to group table rows and to add a table header. And now we can put the parts that we wrote between the T-head and the T-body tags. Let's have a look at that. And we see no change. Why is that? But our codes are more organized, and they have been gathered in the table as related codes. So now when we remove the border in the table tag, we actually see a much more presentable image. And then finally, I just want to tell you about an attribute that you may want to use frequently. So while preparing content, we sometimes want to give users detailed information about a particular subject, and we don't want to include this detailed information in our text. So for those who want to get more detailed information about a subject or word, we can add a source link to words. And then it meets the detailed request of the users who want more, detail. So how are you going to do that? So HTML links are hyperlinks, right? Hyperlinks are defined with the A tag and href attribute. So the href attribute specifies the destination address of the link. And you can click on a link and jump into another document. Or when you move the mouse over a link, the mouse arrow will turn into a little hand. For example, let's apply this for our vegetables and fruits. First of all, we determine the address of the page that we watch when we go to Chrome and press vegetables. And we add the link to the href attribute inside the A tag. Then we write the word to which this link will be assigned. Now, when this word is pressed, it will go to the address that we set. Now, let's do the same for fruits. So there you go, my friends. We talked about the structure of the table in HTML. So in our table, we learned how to create an order by adding cells to strs. In fact, we can always do more spectacular things visually with our table. But of course, remember what I said earlier. When developing for the web, you generally do the structural elements in HTML, and then CSS styling changes and JavaScript behaviors come later. So we talked to you about the structure of the table here, and we will learn many table formatting features in CSS. So in our next lesson, we're going to do a case study to examine the use of tables in more detail. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. So I think you remember the last time we talked about tables and their structure in HTML. So in this lesson, I want to go over and reinforce some of that knowledge by preparing with you an example of how to use tables. So here's a hands-on exercise. So here we're going to prepare a table with flags, capitals, and populations of countries that we added in order to get information on Wikipedia when we click on the names of the countries. Now, if you wish, you can, of course, first prepare the table in the application and then follow after the rest of the lesson. It's up to you. Just follow along with me, though. I think you'll get it. And then you'll have an opportunity to check your table information. All right, so now it's time to open up Atom and prepare our sample. Now we can immediately create a new HTML file named tables example. And so now it's time to write HTML and press the tab button. And our HTML codes are ready in general. Now when we look at our example, we see that our table contains a header row and then 3 rows. So first off, we'll write the table tag to prepare our table and add tr tags to add 4 rows. Now it's time to add our cells into our rows. And since our first line is a header line, we can add our headers with the TH tag here. And now we can start filling our second line. We'll add 4 cells in total with the TD tag and add the England tag to our first cell using the IMG tag and SRC attribute. We downloaded the flag images to use before, so we can add the address of the flag to the SRC attribute. And in turn, we will fill our cells with the population of England and its capital. Now, remember that we use the A tag and href attribute to link the information? Right. So if you wish, when the user presses a country name, it'll go to the Wikipedia page of that country. So now, let's point to the Wikipedia page using the A tag for England. And yeah, there you go. We've added the necessary information for England. So here, let's figure out how to create a comment line when using Atom before entering information about United States. So while writing applications, we can use the comment line for our convenience and for those who will look into our code after it's published. So for example, in the table that we prepared, specify the code that we wrote for the part about England with this comment line. So for this, I define the line that I want to specify as a comment, and when I select the toggle comment option from the Edit tab, the comment line has already been created. And as you can see, when we press the slash with a control button, we create the comment line in the same way. Or we can write our own interpretation marks and define the part that we want to as a comment. Of course, it can be a little more difficult to write. That's why my preference here is to press slash and control. All right, so now we've completed that, we can now add the information about United States to our table. So we can add our flag to the first cell by specifying the address with the SRC attribute. Then we can add the country name and the href attribute and the Wikipedia link in the A tag. Next, capital and population information. And now we can do the same operations in our country on line 3. And as we see when we checked everything we showed, our example is prepared. So now we can use the T-head and T-body tags that we talked about. So we can take the header part between the T-head tags and the other parts that we write between the T-body tags. And when we save the changes and refresh our page, of course, there's no change in appearance, but we did gather the parts that we wrote so that our code is related as the table and grouped. So yes, indeed, friends, this is the end of this particular lesson. Now we've gone over and reinforced some of our learning with the example that we've created. And also in this lesson, we learned how to form the comment line in Atom. So stick around. I'll see you in the next lesson. Goodbye for now. Hi, everybody. So as with all of our other topics, we're going to reinforce what we've learned by doing an example, this time as a form. So first we're going to have to decide what is the purpose of our page. For example, I want to make a register page for a car magazine. All right, so let's say that I want this magazine page to send us out an email as soon as news about our favorite brand is released. So I'm going to want this page to have a design like this. So once you know the purpose, preparing it can be as fun as putting together puzzle pieces. So let's get started combining the pieces of our puzzle. So let's open up Atom. And of course, without having to say it right, we got to write HTML, press the Tab key to create the HTML structure. Now, first of all, we'll need to state that we want to make a form page. And for this, we can just add a form tag and then add everything that we're going to add to that. So now determine the title of our page. So then the header of our page is Car Magazine Register. So yeah, for now, the first part is to create the name, surname. And the fields are text types, so we'll just write input and press the Tab key. And we'll use the name and value fields here soon. And let's add a label here to tell users what data they need to enter into this field. We'll add the label tag for this. And then, as you know, we can add for and ID attributes to indicate which field this label belongs to. Add name, surname to them. Let's have a look at our page quickly. Not so bad, huh? So now we can add the placeholder attribute to be an example of how to fill this text field for our user. And we're going to want to write your name and surname into this field. So if we write George William here, it'll be better understood by the user. All right, so now it's time to create our second piece, which is the mail field. And as you can see here in our plan design, we have wanted to design the email field with just two boxes. So one of them will be for the mail address and the other one will be for the mail extension. So for our first field, we'll add a text type input field. We add the @ sign next to this field, and then we add the select field for mail types. So we are adding the three most common types of mail here for an example. You can, of course, increase this number if you want to. And let's have a look at our page again. And there you see that the added fields are there, but let's put the mail field down a row. Now you know that all we have to do is add a BR tag. And now we can write our label for this area and connect to our label again. Now let's ask our user to set a password. So for this, we will create a new password type field. Now create our other area, the gender selection area. So we have an input tag for this, but this time it is a radio button type. Now, since we want to add three pieces, we can copy and paste it 3 times, and then we can add our labels and connect. And if you want to delay further, filling in the name fields we left for later, we can start filling them. And then next, fill in the value field, and that'll let us know what value the user chooses. Now it's time to gather the date of birth of our user. So for this, we can add a new input tag of the data type and a label for it. So as you can see, once you get used to it, everything's quite easy. So I think that's pretty much the screen structure that we want, yeah? Now, we do have one last thing, which is the submit button. And it's enough for us for right now just to add an input tag of the type submit. So if that's as far as we want to go visually, we can now let's add what will be called an added function. For example, there are going to be areas that we're going to want to have as an absolute necessity, right? So for this, it's enough to write required in the tags. So let's see. Yeah, so do not allow registration without these fields being filled. Now, one thing we do need to do is to make the user enter a password in the character range that we want to specify. So to do this, we'll just use the pattern attribute. For example, if we want the user to set a password between 4 and 8 characters. All right, so now our form page, I think, is ready to save. As you know, we were determining which page of our form page to go with the action attribute. So send it to the Wikipedia homepage that we frequently use in our course. And naturally, we just did this just for an example for now. But don't worry, because we will see the details about this in our next courses. All right, so this is the end of this lesson. So just to recap, we've created a registration screen, and that completes this idea of how you set up a form in HTML. And you know what that means? That means that we have talked about everything that we needed to talk about in HTML. In other words, we've completed the first step of front-end development. So now you have all the information to prepare a basic web page in HTML. After that, it's time to finesse and add the visuals to our pages with CSS, and then to provide functionality with JavaScript. So, goodbye for now, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So, welcome to our CSS3 course. We're going to build it up from scratch. So this first lesson, kick back, because pretty much going to give you a movie trailer overview of the course. Let's have a look at what we're going to cover in the course. So then we're going to get into the core, what's going on, CSS basics. And here we're going to talk about how to use CSS in the HTML file. We're going to learn how to write code in CSS. Then we're going to get into using color in CSS, really important issue. And in that way, we can craft different colors on our pages so that we can draw attention to the areas that we want attention drawn to. You also have to be able to understand how are you going to see the errors that could be made in CSS. Well, we'll cover that in debug. That way, we're going to see what we do in our code, right down to the fine changes of style. In fact, this feature is going to make our job a whole lot easier, because when you're working with CSS, if you can't figure out exactly what you want to do, you can actually go looking for clues when you examine code. Oh yeah, and then also when you give background color to the areas that we'll set up in CSS, you give it a border and watch it pop. We're going to examine the importance of the box model and how it forms the foundation of CSS. And of course, it's a very important issue for us, because in CSS, we accept everything as a box. Yeah. And we operate within and on these boxes. So when you understand the box model, you understand CSS. So with the box model, the positioning of the boxes is active. We'll talk about the many different features where we'll be able to position and customize our boxes with position and float features. That'll be our first positioning feature. So we're going to start with a layout in CSS. Now, as CSS evolves, layout features continue to evolve as well. We're going to learn how to prepare the Flex layout in a pretty easy way, and that's how we learn the intricacies of Flexbox. Since everybody's using screens of different sizes in their phones and tablets and computers and whatever else we're going to come up with, we're going to want the pages that we prepare to be compatible with these screens, right? Optimized. So for this, we will need to learn the media queries features and prepare responsive pages appropriately. I'll show you how to do that. Makes easy work. We're also going to talk about the grid feature. Now, thanks to the grid, we're going to be using these features that will give us the ability to reposition and position and customize our boxes into dimensions. That's going to make our designing job a whole lot easier too. Now, it's one thing to have me just talk and show you the benefits and everything. But for me, it's a much better way to learn when we actually do applications and projects. So that means that we're going to be supporting all of the things that we learn, right? While we build applications in different projects. You're going to be able to see lectures and practices throughout all of our lessons. Because the important thing here is to be able to use the information for your own builds. So by adding CSS into our HTML information, we're going to gain new capabilities in what we can achieve. So by developing yourself with the information that you're going to acquire throughout this course, you're going to take a huge and very important step for web development, for your future, and everybody else's, because you're going to contribute to the world. Yes. So yeah, that's enough for this trailer. Let's go ahead and start the movie. Hi, my friends. Welcome back. So together we're going to get some extra added pizzazz out of our web pages by including CSS on our HTML. And we're going to use these examples throughout our CSS course. Now, of course, to do this, we will first need to learn how to write CSS. And what we'll do is we'll then talk about how to include CSS in an HTML file. Then we're going to add colors to our web page and learn how to make the web pages, display different styles. So for now, let's get into the basics of CSS. So as you may know, we have created the basics of web pages thanks to tags that we use in HTML. And then we will define style properties for these tags with CSS codes. So let's just have a look now at how to write and what to write first when changing and altering and making these definitions. So as you can see here, the CSS code contains some differences, so it makes it different than tag usage in HTML. So we write the tag that we want to use within the curly brackets, and after typing the name of the feature, put colon, write the value, and we'll end it with a semicolon. So here we can add a second property named value. And then finally, we can close the curly bracket. So actually, we could say that the main purpose of CSS code is to affect more than one object with code. So we can influence more features with less code. That is called efficiency. So now let's start writing CSS code gradually throughout the application. So as I mentioned before, what we'll do is prepare our application using the Atom text editor. So I'm going to just open Atom now, and you can see what I'm talking about. So first off, I'll create a folder for CSS project right here on the desktop in order to not interfere with any of the other applications. And then I'll start Atom. Now, you remember how to produce a basic HTML code. You just write your HTML and press the Tab key. Of course, for this to happen, we will need to save the page that we open in Atom with the HTML extension. And here's our basic HTML code. And first, I'll want to write the title, CSS course. Now we can start filling in the body. As you may know, all of the parts that we'll see on the website were written between body tags. So we can write a head as a CSS lesson with the H1 tag. And perhaps you remember that you can add paragraphs just by using the P tag. And I'll just write a simple paragraph within. It's not necessarily important what it says, but just save the changes and look at what we've done. Look at what we've done. Now let's see about coloring a little bit, and we can log into CSS now. And let's use the style property for this. So let's say that I want to make our head red, and I'll write style in the H1 tag. Then between the quotation marks, I'll just write the color and put colon, and type red and put a semicolon. Save the changes and have a look. And there you go. Our title is red. You are doing this along with me, right? So now let's change the color of the paragraph. So let's just make the first paragraph. And for that, of course, in the first P tag, we'll write style, color, colon, and let's write blue and remember the semicolon. Okay, so now let's make the second and third paragraphs blue as well. And then when we save and review the changes, we can now see that our paragraphs are blue. So here we've seen inline CSS by writing a different style for each element, right? That's just a little example of what we're going to do now. Of course, inline CSS, it might seem logical when it comes to the modification of a single tag. However, when you're trying to put a whole lot of details on a very complex page, and when they're going to be using similar features, it's going to be a real pain to write separate styles for each label, don't you think? So, what do you do in that situation? That's why CSS code offers us different preferences. So I'll show you another CSS method. It's called internal CSS. So by using the style tag in the head section, let's just undo the changes that we made just now. I want to show it to you, see how it works. And yeah, okay, so we can see this. So when we refresh our page, the colors are all gone. Now let's open and close the style tag on the head. And as you may remember, we'll specify the label that we want to change. And I'll just write the H1 tag here because I want to make the title red again. Make the curly brackets and write the property colon and value semicolon. Type color, colon, and red and semicolon. And let's refresh and see the changes. Okay, so the title was red. Now let's make the paragraphs blue by using the same method. P curly brackets color, colon, blue, semicolon. And when we refresh the page again, all the paragraphs are blue. Good job. So as you can hopefully see, all the P tags were affected with just one change, right? So here we can affect all of the changes that we want to make on the page with the style tag. However, we do this on an HTML document. CSS, however, will offer us a more, perhaps professional method. It's certainly what you will be using as web designers. With external CSS, we can include an external CSS page and put that into, include it into an HTML document. And therefore, by preparing CSS and HTML code in different documents, we can separate CSS and HTML from each other. However, to do this, we need to use the link tag. So first, let's create a CSS file and do it along with me. So I'm creating this CSS file, and now we can customize this file. So let's say that we want to make H1 red again. And make the paragraphs blue again. And we'll write and save CSS code in curly brackets in the same way. Good, so now it's time to link our CSS file to HTML with our link tag. So delete the changes in the head part in our previous example and restore the application to the beginning. Now let's write a link to the head and press the Tab key. Here we first see the expression REL equals style sheet, which indicates that it is related to the style. Then we see the href tag, and that indicates the root of our CSS file. Now, since our HTML and CSS files are in the same folder, it's going to be enough just to write the name of the CSS file. And when we refresh, and let's look at our page, and we see that the H1 red and paragraphs are blue again. Now we make the color of the paragraph part orange in our CSS file. And let's refresh our page, and there you go. The paragraphs have now turned orange. All right, so that's enough for now. Play around with that to get practiced, because in this lesson we have entered CSS and the magical world. We looked at briefly how to write CSS code in a very small example. We examined the changes on a single tag with inline CSS. Then we made changes to the page using the style tag in the header part of the HTML document with internal CSS. Then finally, we separated external CSS and HTML and CSS documents and learned how to include a CSS file in the HTML file with the link tag. All right, goodbye for now. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello again, my friends. So in the last lesson, we talked to you about how to write CSS code and how to include them in our file by logging into CSS. We made a few very small changes to text color in the last lesson. So in this lesson, we're going to talk about colors in CSS. Now, typically when we think about colors, we first think of familiar colors such as yellow and green and blue. But if you consider a web page, just a regular web page, have you noticed how many colors and different shades of those colors are used? Now, when you think of the colors by name, we start to get a little confused over, which is what, because it's kind of difficult to really, name by language how many different shades are used. So in CSS, all the colors are formed by combining three colors. So these main colors are red, green, and blue. You could say that all the other colors are intermediate colors or secondary colors that we obtain by mixing the main color. So to better understand that, I'll open up Chrome and write CSS colors in Google. So here I'll just click on W3 School. And oh, by the way, this site is one of the pages that will usually get support for HTML as well as CSS codes. Now, when you examine the page here, there's 140 colors supported by browsers. So these 140 colors are also available on the page with their names. When we examine the page a little bit closer, you can see that hexadecimal values are written under the names of the colors. All right, so let's talk a little bit about hexadecimal digits. And, well, if you're not necessarily familiar with them, it's easy to get confused, so I'll try to make it as simple as possible. As you may already know, we use the decimal system in our daily life. That is, numbers that start from 0 to 9 in a decimal system. For example, the smallest number is 0, and the largest two-digit number is 99. Now, in the hexadecimal digit, the numbers will start from 0 and go to 9, and they don't progress into double digits like 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, etc. But they progress as A, B, C, D, E, and F. So in other words, the maximum number with two digits in hexadecimal digits is displayed as FF. Now, if we're talking about the display of colors in hexadecimal digits, the colors are shown as 6 digits. So have a look at this. Here, the first two digits will show how red the color is. The next two digits show how green the color is. And then the last two digits will show how blue or how much blue is in the color. Make sense? All right, let's look at an example. So when we look at the color blue here, the first four digits are 0. The last two digits are FF. Because our main color is blue, there is no red and no green within it, right? Now let's have a look at aquamarine, which is the color here. So it contains 7 F red, green as FF, and blue as D4. So as we can see, when writing color codes, we put a sharp sign here in the beginning. I think that's enough of the explanation. Well, let's just try to understand by making a few examples in Atom, okay? So I'll open Atom and the simple CSS example that we did in the last lesson. All right, so now let's write the color H1 here with code. So first, let's make it green. And I'll put a pound sign, and I'll write 00 FF 00. And when we refresh and look at the page, you can see that the title is green. So now let's say that I want to change the paragraph colors. So I want to look at the colors and the codes from the site that we just looked at. Yeah, so when I look here, I like the dark orange color, let's say, and I'll copy the code. So when I paste the color code in Atom, we see that the paragraph colors change when we refresh the page. So yeah, because it can get quite overwhelming and also difficult to know the color codes and names, um, it makes it a whole lot easier if we can see both the colors and the codes and the names on this site. So now let's talk a little bit about the page that comes up when we click on the color picker section on the right side of the colors on this site. So here we can see the shades of the color that would be printed, and with a hexadecimal notation, there's also the representation of the color with the RGB model. So CSS is also another color representation RGB model. In fact, the part numbers that are different from the hexadecimal notation go from 0 to 255. So when writing CSS, we'll write RGB and open parenthesis, and we'll write red content, comma, green content, comma, and blue content. And finally, we will close the parenthesis. All right, so let's make an example for an RGB model. Write the RGB model value of the color we chose on our page for our header color and see what changes. And now we can see the value of 255 for red, green, blue, and see nothing in the title section because you get white with a mixture of all colors. So, what happens when you enter 0 for red, green, and blue? Yeah, you get black. Okay, guys, we've come to the end of this lesson. But just to recap, in this lesson, we talked about CSS colors. We also learned how to write colors in hexadecimal and RGB. We also talked about using many different colors in detail. So goodbye for now, and I want to see you in the next lesson. Hi, my friends. So remember in our previous lesson, we learned how to color items on our page. Today, we're going to learn how to set the background and borders, which are pretty much the most basic visual adjustments you can make. So we'll use the background color for many different things like text, divs, tables, etc. We'll write some text on the screen to experiment. For example, we can add a list. Let's write a list of the fruits that we love. All right, so I'm hungry, but I like to keep it healthy too. Write a header on our list, my favorite fruits. And first we specify that our list will be out of order with the U1 tag. So we're adding our list with the LI tag. So I particularly love watermelon. So I'm going to write this in the first row. Then, cherries, they're not bad either. And of course, we've got to add the strawberry. All right, so that's enough for now. Our list is ready to experiment with. So let's start. So instead of writing the features, what we'll, because you have to do that over and over again, let's write this in a CSS file that we're going to create and use it wherever we want, right? So we'll create a new file for it, and we'll write CSS and its extension to indicate that it is indeed a CSS file. Now, of course, we have to connect our HTML file and our CSS file. And to do that, we'll use the link tag. So all we have to do is write our CSS file to the href attribute. And the important point here is that this CSS file should be in the same place as our HTML file. All right, so now we can start with the background. Now, as I said earlier, we can determine the background color of a variety of things. For example, We can set the color for our header background. So for this, write H1 in our CSS file and open and close the parenthesis, then type background RGB 258080 into that. Now save the file and refresh the page, and what do you see? The header background color is now the color that we entered instead of white. So let's say that we want to change the background color of our page. What do we got to do? Well, for this, we will write body in our CSS file and open it and close the parenthesis. Then we write the background and write the color that we want. For example, let's write it in green. Now, how would the background of our page have a beautiful sea view instead of a solid color? For this, we'll need the address of a picture that we would like to add. I'll do a little search if you want to on Google and just pick any picture. This picture is fine to me. And just copy the address of the picture and paste it into the CSS file. Save it and refresh the page again. There it is. The background is a beautiful sea vista. However, not exactly what we wanted. Our picture couldn't quite fill the page completely because it's small. Did you notice that? Okay, so hang on. The page is covered by pasting the picture side by side, and under it, we might not want the picture to be repeated this way. So what do? We'll need to set the background repeat property to no repeat. But of course, this image isn't quite working well for us. It would be most logical for this picture to cover the whole page, don't you think? So to do this, we can add the background size, property, and cover. And we'll set that. All right, so that makes sense for this picture, but there's some blur in the picture because the resolution is not really high enough. So when we set a background image, just remember to choose images with as high a resolution as possible. All right, so now let's move on to the border. So as with any background color, we can add borders to many objects. So in doing so, we'll need to add 3 basic properties that the border should have by adding values. So these are width, style, and color. For example, let's add borders to our header. Border color blue. And let's save and refresh our page, and let's just see if the border has shown up. Okay, so nothing came up because we entered only one of the 3 properties of the border. Did you catch that? Cool. So now let's go back and add our other 2 features. Border width, we'll call it 5 pixels. And that way the border will be 5 pixels thick, right? And border style solid. That way we'll determine the type of border with this feature. It's, a type of pattern. Solid is a type of pattern, actually. So let's save and refresh the page again, and sure enough, the header now has a beautiful blue border. Of course, it didn't quite make sense to write 3 lines of code just to make a border, does it? So why don't we combine these 3 lines in one line, and we'll do it like this. Border, 5 pix, solid blue. And by writing this, we just gave what we want in one line. So let's make another border example to end this lesson. For example, border 2 pixel, dashed line, and get this color that we used before in our colors. And it looks like this. All right. So today we have learned how to add colors and images for the background, and we can see how to make some related settings. And then we saw how we can get in there to add borders to items on our page and how to edit those borders. So that's cool. Play around with that. And we're going to learn some new topics in our upcoming lesson. So goodbye for now. Hello, friends. So in our last lesson, of course, you remember that we learned how to add background and some borders to objects. So today, going to want to talk about the selectors that'll make our job, well, a lot easier when we're designing a web page. Instead of writing the same things over and over again for structures that we're going to reuse because they have the same features, we just need to define them in one place. So, where do we define them? Well, I'll tell you in the application. For example, let's make a list of the places that you need to see before you die. Hopefully, it'll take you a long time to see everything. Okay. So let's create a new file for this first. Now, first, let's have a look at where these places are. And, well, let's just take the first three. The Great Barrier Reef, Pyramids of Giza, Egypt, Stonehenge. All right, so let's create an unordered list that we previously learned in the HTML classes, right? You remember that. So to do this, we'll just use the UL tag first and then the LI tag for each line. So now I want to, I'll just describe a little bit more. One more thing. When describing web pages, of course, we don't write every single code in a single file. And now I'll show you how. So we will do certain things with CSS instead of writing them into this file. So we'll create a new file. And let's make all the edits that we're going to make in this file. So now, how will our main file be updated with the changes that we've made in this one? Well, by using the link tag. So then we get to our main file and add the link tag, and we're writing our file with the CSS extension in the href attribute. Now, the most important thing to note here is that these two files are in the same place, right? So now that our build is ready, we can go back to our original topic. So now here there are 3 lines on our current page. We'll add a border to all of these lines. Normally we would have to add borders on each line separately, right, like we did in the earlier lesson. But thanks to the selectors, we can just do this in one place. So we'll add this border to the file that we just created. And here we want to change all the lines, so we'll define the border inside the LI tag. And make our border 4 pixels thick, and let's just make it blue. And save it and refresh the page to see what the result is. And as you can see, our blue borders of 4 pixels are added to each line. All right, so you might be scratching your head and thinking, do we have to do this process collectively? That is, do we have to assign the same properties to all lines or paragraphs? Well, of course, the answer is no, but that's where we'll need an ID selector. So let's do this again in the file that we created for edits. Now set a name for ourselves. But the point here is that you've got to be careful that the name doesn't start with the number. Okay, so let's let's do this. Let's put a pound sign at the head when writing this. And here, let's make the background color red for this background red. And now it's time for where do we want to apply this change? All right, so we want the first item of our list to have this feature. All right, you with me so far, right? So for this, let's just write ID equals select in the li tag where we created our first line. Save it to try and refresh our page. And as you can see, the change is only applied to the first line. So if we want to, we can make this adjustment for our second line. All we need to do is write the ID expression there as well. Well, then, okay. So what happened here? As you can see, the change is only applied to the first line. Yeah, unfortunately, the ID you can only use once for each page. So if we have a feature that we don't want to use in more than one place, for this, we can use class selectors. So we'll put a dot in this and write a name. So we'll add the feature that we want to add as we did in the ID selector. Now this time we'll just use the class instead of ID where we want to add this feature. So if you take this for an example, let's make our third article underlined. And let's add the underlined feature, which is the change we want in our CSS file. So for this, all we have to do is determine the underline name. And as I said earlier, we can just write this by putting a dot in front of it. Okay, so we'll write ext-decoration, underline, semicolon in our parentheses. Then after saving this file, we'll add it as a class attribute to the li tag in the third line where we want it to go, and then we can add it to our original file. Now we can save this file and refresh the page in our browser, and boom, there it is. The third line is underlined just as we want it. Well, okay, just as I want it, but I wanted to show you. All right, so in this lesson, we have seen the purpose as well as the types of CSS selectors according to what you want to do and in what kind of situations you get yourself into. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to talk about font and text decoration issues that are important in CSS. So now we're going to start preparing more organized and beautiful pages, if I may say so. So let's start at them when starting our topic and create a new HTML file for the font. And I set the name of our page as fontsandtext.html. So our new HTML page is ready, and I'll write HTML and press Tab. And the codes that we use in general are ready, of course. Now here I'll just write fonts and text decoration in the title section. I'll also write fonts and text in the header with the H1 tag. Now, let's say I want to add a few paragraphs and make some changes to the articles in those paragraphs. So for this, I'll go to Google and write lorem ipsum, because I don't want to just add random words to the paragraph section right now. By the way, lorem ipsum generally means imitation writing in the virtual world. Instead of using just meaningless words or, God forbid you should encroach on somebody's copyright, when you're trying out something, we can use these more meaningful paragraphs. And therefore, the documents that we prepare can, just look better visually. And you always see it coming up in templates, so it's a lot of fun to know where it comes from. So here I'll go to one of the pages that I come across and just copy the paragraph part. For now, we got 2 paragraphs, so let's run it into our page and see what we've done. And as you can see, our 2 paragraphs are ready. So now I'll just add the link tag, as hopefully you remember, to the header and to our CSS file externally. Now, if you want to, you can prepare a new CSS file, but I'm just going to continue using the first CSS project.css file that we prepared earlier. All right, so now I'm writing Google CSS fonts before we start making changes to our CSS file. So I'm going just to the first place, W3 School, because, well, first of all, I just want to see how and what we can make with the font, the changes that we can make. And as we can see, when we open our page, the font properties writes that it defines the font family, boldness, size, and style of text. And when we first look at the font family feature, it says that there are 2 types of font family names: generic family and font family. Now, just not to be confusing here, we just need to write the font family name when using it. So we'll use it like this: font family name. Now, which font family will we use? So in this, I'll Google again and write CSS font stack. So here are the font family names supported on different machines. And when you look through a bunch of them, you'll come across Arial and Tahoma. Those are highly supported on Mac and Windows across most generations of operating systems. Helvetica is also supported on all Macs, while Windows, not so much. Anyway, so you can look at all the fonts you want to later. So as not to be too confusing here, let's do a few font family trials with Atom. So what I'll do is indicate that I want to change the H1 tag in our CSS file, and I'll write the font family. I just put colons here, and I'll write the commonly used Arial, and I'll put a semicolon. Now, it'd be better if we put Arial in quotation marks while typing here. So for this name, it may not be the same way that we used it at first, but if there's a number in front of it, the use of unquoted quotes will throw up an error. So yeah, when we save the changes and refresh our page, we'll see here that the header is in the font called Arial. And I set it here as the font family Tahoma for the P tag. And you can see the change by saving and refreshing the page. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit more about this, but first, let's look at a different font feature, the font style property. So this feature generally indicates whether the spelling is normal or italic. Italic in the font property style is in the P tag, and we can see what changes occur. And there you go. The paragraphs have indeed been italicized. And we'll look at the W3 School again and see the font size feature. Now, when we look here, he talks about 2 different units of measurement. One of them is pixels, and the other one is EM. So when we look at M, we'll see that 1 M is equivalent to 16 pixels used by default. So the value we specified is 2.5 EM is actually 2.5 times 16, which equals 40 pixels. Make sense? So now I can specify the font size of the H1 tag on Atom as 40 pixels and the font size of the P tag as 1.7 EM. And when we look at the changes, we can see that our articles are getting bigger. Now, the font width is another important font feature. So this feature, it determines how to write the text in whether it's normal or bold letters. Now, before we start using this feature, I do want to set a section with the span element in the paragraph section. So for this, I'll just frame a few words with this span element in the first initial. Now in the CSS file, I set the font weight property to bold for the span element. And as you can see here, when we look at the changes that we made after we refresh our page, the words have become bold. All right, so let's talk about some of the text features as we approach the end of our lesson. So here's the text align feature. With this, we can determine whether our article will be off to the right, to the left, or in the center. For this, I can set the text align property of the H1 tag to center, and look at what that looks like. And yeah, as you can see, our title has been centered. So if we want to, we can write this feature right and make the header over there to the right. But for now, I just want it to be in the middle right now. So I'm just going to do it again for the center. And another text feature is text decoration. So the text decoration property is used to set or remove decorations from our text. So why don't we set it here, a text decoration overline for the H1 tag and underline for the paragraph. And let's have a look at the difference. And now we can see what changes we've made with text decoration when we refresh and review our page. Now, the last feature that I want to talk to you right now about in this lesson is the line height feature. And that determines the height between the lines. So why don't we just go ahead and use this feature to increase the saturation in the paragraph and set its value to 2. And now when we save and look at the changes, the height between the lines is increased. Cool. All right, guys, so today we talked about font and text features. And hey, that's the end of this lesson. So review it if you need to. And I want to see you in the next lesson. So goodbye for now. Hello again, everyone. So, my friends, in the last lesson, we talked about the different features for fonts and generally how to manipulate text. So in this lesson, we're going to examine and correct some mistakes that we probably made while writing our code. So that means we're going to talk about debugging in CSS. Now, naturally, it is an important issue for us because we can sit here and write very long code while preparing web pages, and because we're human, I hope, we can make mistakes. So if we don't necessarily know how to go back and analyze our code correctly, trying to debug these errors can be overwhelming. So I want to show you how to prevent this. We're going to open the font page that we prepared in the last lesson, and we're going to make some mistakes there, and then learn how to debug these errors. All right, so in that last lesson, we've got a few different font and text features, as you can see here, and going to the HTML file, and let's assume that I've made some mistakes where I specify the CSS file name. So let's just delete a letter from here, for example, and now let's take a look at what's going on. Okay, so see, sure enough, we can see that all the CSS features are gone. So how can we fix this error without just, getting lost in the code? Of course, there would be several ways to do this. We're going to start with our first method. I like to start at the beginning. Now, usually I'll use Chrome for my browser. Maybe you prefer different browsers, but that's your choice. But I'll just go to the front page and open that in the browser. So here I'll press the 3 points under the closure area on the far right in the upper right side. So I click on the customizing page of Chrome, and here, see how I'm hovering over the More Tools tab? And I can choose the Developer Tools option. And in the console section that opens, it's just stated right here what the mistakes are in red. So it tells us that there is no CSS file with this name. So how do we fix our mistake? Well, we got to go back to our HTML file. So we will look at the CSS file name and compare it with the name in the link tag. And we'll just rewrite the letter that we deleted. And what do you know? That's how we correct mistakes. So let's refresh our page. And the CSS features are back. All right. So when we look over here at the console, we see that it's empty because we fixed our mistakes and there are no more problems. So if we just look at a few more things on DevTools, you see how there's a sources section just to the right of the console. Looking at this section, we can see files prepared for this web page and where they are. So when we click on the files, we can see our code. And when we look at the elements section on the far left, there are HTML codes and CSS codes written for that element to the right. When we hover over each element here, it shows the area of that element on the page. So I want to talk to you a little bit about a situation that might cause a different error. All right, so we know that we can prepare CSS code in 3 different ways. These are inline CSS, which we prepared using the style attribute, internal CSS, which we prepared using the style tag, and external CSS, where we prepared an external CSS file. All right, so let's say that we use these 3 methods for a tag. Which will be the priority and which will override the others? So I'll go to the HTML file and I'm going to make some changes so that I can see this. And I'll specify the background color to be green with style attribute in the body tag. And then I'm going to write blue for the background of the body part using the style tag in the header section. Then finally, I'll go to our CSS file and make the background color yellow for the body tag. So I'm going to save the changes and refresh the page in the browser. Now I want to show you how we can open the developer tools in a different way. So I'll right-click on our page and press Inspect. We can do that by pressing Control-Shift-I, or if you're on Mac, Command-Option-I. Now, I usually right-click and say Inspect. I like it because it's easier. But if we look at our page, the background is green. We change the background to green in inline CSS. So here, the priority is inline CSS. So inline CSS is used by default. But here I can select the body tag in the elements section and look what's happening in the style section. And what you see is the priority is inline CSS. So let's have a look at internal CSS and the style tag. Remember, we wrote that in the HTML file. And finally, the external CSS that we prepared with the CSS file. And of course, there is a place here to choose from. So if we want to, we can choose one of them to check the changes that we made. So, for example, let's choose the second option to see if the background is blue. And we can see how it looks like when it's yellow. However, the changes that we make here do not reflect the changes in the HTML or CSS file. So when we refresh our page, everything reverts to the way it was before. So now I'll go to the HTML file and delete the code inside the body tag, and the background is blue, just as we expected. So now the priority is internal CSS, right? Background is yellow when we delete this part too. And that's that. So sure enough, my friends, in this lesson, we talked about the debugging issues in CSS, and that provides an easy way to check while we prepare our pages. And I mentioned the priority ranking of CSS, right? So for now, it's goodbye, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, everyone. Today, I want to talk to you about the box model, which is really important for CSS. Also, we can have some fun making some applications together. So if you think about CSS as all elements are represented as a box, that's what the box model is in CSS. To break it down a little more specifically, each box model consists of 4 different, basic parts: content, padding, margin, and border. So here is where the content part is, and where texts and images appear. This refers to the padding of internal space. And margin, it's also part of this outer void. And finally, the border is the part surrounding the box. So learning the box model is, just a quick shorthand of how we talk about changing the distance between elements that we'll use in CSS, how close they are, how we position the boxes, and it's going to be useful as we continue on to some of the more complex features. So we're going to start by creating a box.html file in Atom straight away. And then I want to immediately create a box.css file for CSS. And we can just write box model in the title section here. I want to prepare a box with a div tag. And we don't want to spend too much time in the class section for now, so I'll just write that this is a box. So when we run this way, we can't see a box, as if there's only text that says this is a box, right? So in the meantime, to see the changes that we made in CSS, let's not forget to give our HTML file the CSS file name in the link tag. And we can start to shape our box within our CSS file. So first, let's state the content of our box, namely its width and height. So I'll enter 250 pixels as the width and 200 pixels as the height. And then when I save the changes and refresh the page, we can't see any changes. Why is that? That's right, because we neither have a background color nor a border color in our box. Good thinking. So first, I'll want to give it a border. Let's just call it 3 pixels thick, and line type will be solid and orange in color. So now when we save it and look at the changes, we'll see a 250 by 200 pixel box with an orange border. Okay, so now comes the padding part. So we've talked about this as the inner space. The space between the text here and the area bounded by the border part. We'll give 100 pixel padding and see what that looks like when they're changed together. So just right-click on the text part and say Inspect. So now we can see the padding part more clearly. And then when we look at the incoming part, the green part is the padding part. And look here, here's the 100 pixel space from the top, the bottom, the right, and the left. So if we want to, we can specify the top part, the bottom part, the right part, and the left part separately. So what I'll do is I'll set padding left to 75 pixels, padding right to 100, padding top 75, and we'll go down to the bottom at 100. That way it's all together, and now we can see the difference when I save and review the changes. So we have now determined the values one by one, or using the same value. So now as we can see in our box, it's aligned to the left corner here. So I'm going to want to bring our box a little bit further. So for this, I'm just going to use our margin feature. So I'll set the margin value to 200, and I can see that my box is coming now in the middle when I save the changes and have a look. So here we can see more clearly what we're doing just by saying inspect. So the orange part shows the margin part, and all the distances are 200 pixels. And in this section, if we want to, we can give the top, bottom, right, and left values separately as well. So let's have a look at this with a different style of writing. So I'll write margin colons, initial value, top value is 100 pixels, and right 150, then bottom 175, and finally the left 200, and semicolons. And yeah, refresh and inspect like we did before. All right, and another type of writing is double style. So here, the first value is top and bottom, and the second value is left and right. So if top and bottom has the same value, and if the left and right are going to be the same value, we can use that way. All right, so in this lesson, we talked a little bit about the box model, but more importantly, we demonstrated how and why it's an important topic in CSS. We talked about a box, which is divided into content and border and padding and margin, and those are the 4 parts in the box model. Now, in our next lesson, we're going to talk about position and float. Goodbye for now. I'll see you then. Hello, friends. Last lesson, we talked to you about the box model, which, of course, is an important subject for CSS. Now, in CSS, we also talked about each element being thought of as a box, and then we talked about some of the features of this box model. So in this lesson, we're going to talk about position properties for our boxes. We're going to talk about 4 particular properties for position, and these are static, relative, absolute, and fixed. So let's go ahead and open up Atom to explain these properties and just see what differences we're going to create. So I'm going to create 2 new files named position.html and position.css. And I'm going to just write my codes in the HTML file. I'll write position as a title, and I specify the CSS file that we're going to use with the link tag. All right, so now I'm going to prepare 4 different divs for positioning features that we're going to prepare in the body part. So I'll make the class part of the divs in sequence, blue, red, yellow, green. Now we can go to our CSS file, create our boxes, and look at the different position properties. So we wrote the names of the class with a dot in front of them. And now we can start filling them in. So first, I'll want to specify the width and the height values of the boxes. Let's make them 100. Then I'll give our boxes their backgrounds according to their class names. So yeah, let's save the changes and then open up our page and see what we're doing. So we have 4 different colored boxes in a row. And we can give our blue box the position static and see what happens. And no changes have happened because static is already the position feature because that is used by default. So in fact, every element is already static by default. So what if we just put relative in our second box? Okay, so there's no change when we look again. Now, why is that, you might ask? Because the relative property is positioned according to its previous location. So for example, let's take a look at where to go if we make the left and the top values to 30. So as we can see, 30 left and 30 down shift from the first position. So then what happens if we change the values of right and down instead of left and up? Right, so this time, as we can see, it slid right and up and then came over to our first element. So let's have a look at our third feature then, absolute. So in our third box, we can see the difference. And looking at the changes, and well, yeah, looks like our green box is gone. But actually, it just is hiding underneath the yellow box because the relative property does not affect other elements and is positioned relative to the previous element. So basically, absolute property affects the other elements. Now, when we made our yellow box absolute, the green box remained underneath of it as if the yellow box just never existed. The yellow box is dead for her right now, so it replaces the yellow box, right? So what happens if we take the yellow box 100 pixels to the right? As we can see, the green box in the previous part of the yellow box, and the yellow box is positioned to the right of the screen. However, when we made the right in the relative property, our red box was shifted to the left side of the screen because the relative property is positioned according to its previous location. Okay. However, I want to show you it's positioned according to the condition of the family that is absolute. So here it's positioned according to the body, right? So when we say right, it goes to the right of the screen. All right, so you'll have fun with that. Let's look at our last feature, the fixed feature. So I'm also going to give a fixed feature to our green box. Now, there's absolutely no difference when we save the change because we need to slide the screen to see this positioning feature. So for this, I'll just go to the HTML file and add some paragraphs and then scroll the screen. Now copy these paragraphs. Yeah, that's enough. And we can look and we can swipe the screen. And as you can see, when we swipe the screen, it's always going to appear on the screen in our green box. All right, so that's enough for the position-related features, don't you think? Go ahead and play around with it and discover something new. It's always fun. For now, goodbye, and I'll see you in our next lesson. Hello again, friends. So last lesson, we talked to you about position properties for CSS. So That means that in this lesson, we're going to talk about float properties. And then after that, we'll talk about a few more features. So for right now, we'll start creating two new files named float.html and float.css, just as we always do when we start with Atom. So what I'll do is type HTML and press the tab key. And I'm just typing float as a title. And we'll define the name of our CSS file with the link tag. Now, first off, I want to create two divs in our HTML file. So now I'm preparing two divs for two boxes, and I will write blue and yellow sequentially in the class sections. I'll save the changes and go to the CSS file and start typing the properties of our boxes by calling them blue and yellow. Then I give the width, the height, the background color for our first box. Likewise, we'll give these features to our second box. And then when we save it and look at the changes, we can see that we have two boxes. So now we're going to want to bring these boxes side by side. So that's where the float feature comes in handy. So we want to bring our yellow box next to our blue box. So to do this in the yellow box, we just give the feature float left. Now, no changes appear when we save and look for them because it should tell you that float left for the two boxes that we want to bring together. So as we saw when we gave this feature to the first box, the boxes come side by side. Now let's see what happens if we just say float right for our yellow box. And as we can see there, only our yellow box is shifted to the right from its first position. So by giving this feature to our blue box, we can bring it side by side again. And this time, the different part came side by side on the right. You see that? So now let's put these two boxes side by side on the left again. And this brings up another feature that I want to tell you about. So in this, I just want to add another div whose class name is green by going to our HTML file. And let's give the features of our third box in our CSS file. So I'll give the width and the height of this box to be 200 so that we can see the difference. And when we save it and look for the changes, as we can see, our green box does not start just below the boxes like we anticipate because the float feature affects this box, right? Because it came after it. So if we give our third box the clear feature and then say we are affected by both sides, let's see what happens. All right, so first, our green box moves into position just like we expected. Now, if we do not want the elements to have the float feature to be affected like before, we can use the clear feature. That way, if you want to, we can also say that we are not affected by the left or the right side. So I think that's enough talk about it. Play around with it. It's a great way to move your boxes around. Now, before I finish this lesson, I do want to tell you about the box shadow, the border radius, and the transform features. So for this, I'll want to put our green box somewhat more centrally located because we're going to make changes through this box. Okay, so now I want to shade our green box. So we'll use the box shadow feature for this. And we put the value to 4 when we're using this feature. And then the first of these is the right side length of the lake. The second is the bottom side shadow length. And the third one is the shadow intensity. Then finally, the color of the shadow. All right, so let's let's have a look at what we've done. As we can see, there was shading in black from the bottom and the right side. So what do you say? Can we just shade from the right and the bottom? Not so much, right? We can change the direction just by placing a minus sign in front of the values, and that affects the drop shadow length and direction. So just consider the minus sign as the opposite direction, not negative. All right, so that's the shading feature. Now, how can we make the corners here? They're very sharp. How do we round them out? For this, we can use the border radius feature. The first of 4 values we'll just give here is for the upper left corner. Second is for the upper right corner. Third, for the lower right corner. And the last one for the lower left corner. Now, if we want to make the same rounding ratio in each corner, we can make it one value. And here we can see each corner is rounded in the same ratio. So now let's talk about the transform property. So it's transform rotate property, and it's used to rotate objects. This way we can give our box the rate of transform rotate, and we can tell it how many degrees we want it to rotate. And what do you think about that? As we can see, our box is turned 60 degrees clockwise. So I think that's enough for today, don't you? We talked about several features about the box model, and I want to prepare a kind of a fun example about all of these features in use that we've learned in the lesson. So I'll go and prepare that, and goodbye for now, and I'll see you in the next lesson. We'll have some fun. Hello again, everybody. So in this lesson, we're just going to talk briefly about a display feature in CSS. But before we get onto that feature, I do need you to remember block level inline elements, which we talked about way back in the HTML course. So as we already know, HTML is divided into 2 basic groups. So these are block level and inline elements. So here we see the most used block level and inline elements. So we can say that tags are the most common block elements, and they're header tags, or p tag, list tags, and of course, div tags. And we can also say that the most common inline elements are img, a, and span tags. So the main difference between block level and inline elements is that the block elements cover the entire line in which they're used, while the inline elements only cover as much space as their content. All right? So I want to give you a couple of examples in the application so that we can understand this a bit more, well, clearly. So we can start by creating a new HTML file and new CSS file in Atom. So I'll first specify the title in the HTML file. And then I'll specify the CSS file name in link tag. So I'll create a header and a paragraph. So I'll specify the background colors in the CSS file so that we can fully grasp the block level element concept. And if we save the changes and look at our page in the browser, we can see that both the header and the paragraph section cover the entire line. Now, this is exactly what we're talking about here with block level elements. So let's look a little closer. See how these elements, they don't come in side by side. Block level elements start from a new line like this. So let's look at the inline elements. So here I'll include this word in the span tag. And I'll make the background color white. So we refresh our page and let's have a look what's going on. So here is the word that we took in the span tag, and it didn't start from a new line, and only the content changed to the color of the area. So here I add a few span tags to show that inline elements are added on the same line. And I'll make the background gray so that we can see the changes a little better. And look at that, the block elements are not on the same line where the inline elements can be on the same line. Got it? So I think we can better understand block level and inline elements with CSS. So, quick question. Can we change these block and inline properties that are used by default? Of course we can. We're programmers after all. So here comes a display feature, and this is how we'll use it. I'll set the display property to inline for H1 and P tags. And when we refresh our page, now all what we wrote is on the same line. So how do we make a block span element that is inline by default? Well, for that, we will use the display block feature. So when we refresh our page, we can see that the span tag block element has come into view. Now, there's another feature that I want to tell you about, because when we want to change the width and the height of inline elements, can't make any changes. Well, let me show you something. So I make the width and the height values 200 pixels for H1, but I don't see any changes, do you? Not the case with block elements. So I'll just make the width and height value 100 pixels for the span tag 2, and I can see that the dimensions have changed. So how do I change the size of inline elements? So here we will use the inline block feature for display. So if we change the display property for H1 to inline block, we can see that its dimensions have also changed. So thus we have used this element for both the inline and by changing its dimensions. So here's the last feature that we're going to use, and that's the display none feature. So there's no paragraph when we refresh this page, but when we use this feature for p tag, it's like it's never been there. So this feature makes the element invisible. Of course, you might want to use this feature when testing. That's what I do. So there you have it, block level and inline elements. It's certainly a lot easier to understand once you get into the visual aspect of CSS. And then we talked about the positioning of the elements differently with display features. So I'm going to see you in the next lesson. I count on it. Hello, everybody. So we've gone over the box model in CSS for quite a few lessons. In this lesson, I want to imagine an application that we'll see on the screen with all of the information that we've learned. So here I've just downloaded a PNG file for the plane, and I created and positioned the sky, the sun, and the mountains with the features that we've learned. So if you want to, and you feel you need to, if you start thinking, I'm not really quite confident, you can pause the lesson here and go back and practice a little bit. And that way you can test what you've learned on this application. But if you're confident to go forward, let's start preparing our sample in Atom right now. So as always, I'm going to get started creating two new files named this time boxexample.html and boxexample.css. In our HTML file, I'll just write HTML and press the Tab key and then write box model practice for the title, add the link tag, and write the name of the CSS file that I'm going to use in it. And now let's go to the body part. So where do we need to start when we look at the image? Of course, we have to create our sky first. So let's make a div to create it and give the class a name, sky. And then by going to our CSS file, typing .sky and opening angle brackets, we can start to specify our features. So first I'll make the width and the height values. So here I gave 750 pixels for the width and 250 pixels for height. You, of course, can use smaller or larger values if you wish. But remember to pay attention to the values that you give when positioning the boxes that we prepare. Now set the background color for the sky. Of course, I don't want to just give it any random color here or even just a regular blue. So for this, I hope you remember what we talked about earlier when we were talking about colors. I'll just go to Google and write CSS colors and click on the first W3 School site. So here I can click on the color picker section on any color. And in this color palette that appears, I'll just click on a color that, is close to the color that I want. So here I'll just choose a color that I like for the sky and copy its hexadecimal value. And then I can just return to my CSS file and give the sky background color. So let's have a look and see what it does on the browser. And that way we can review what we've done. Okay, so it looks like our sky is ready. Of course, in the upper left corner. So how about we get some more here in the middle? So for this, I find it pretty useful to give the body part a margin because it can be pretty difficult to give different margin values for each box that we're going to use. So that's why I give, for this, I'll just use 100 pixels and 200 pixel values to the body part from the top and the left. Okay, so now it's time to prepare our sun in the sky. So for this, we'll add a new div into the div we created for the sky in our HTML file. We'll write the sun as you guessed the name of the class, and then switching to our CSS file, typing .sun and creating a box with a width and height of 40 pixels. Now, let me ask you, why did we make a square while the shape of our sound is round? Now, if you remember, we did use the border radius feature to round the corners earlier, right? So what happens if we give half the width of our square for the border radius value? Boom, of course we'd have a round sun, yeah. So now it's time to choose the background color. For this, we can go to the previous site and choose a color. Then after choosing a suitable color for ourselves, we're going to want to add some shading, right? Now, of course, you got to remember to use the box shadow feature. So when using this feature, we're defining 4 different features. We can make the right side shadow length, bottom side shadow length, shade intensity, and the shadow colors, respectively. Okay, so yeah, our sun is ready. But it's not like it's in the right place. And it looks kind of, I want to make it a little bit lower and to the left. I think that'd be nicer. So let's make the left margin for a little bit more on the left side. But for the right, I'm going to want to give some padding values to the sky. So let's see how that looks. Excellent. Okay, so now it's time for the image. So as you may recall, I mentioned before, I downloaded the plain image as a PNG, and I put this in the Photos folder that I created in the CSS folder. Now that our plane is in the sky, we need to write it in the div that we created for the sky. So now let's write the img tag and write photos/plane.png in the src section, and write the plane in the alt section. Now in my CSS file, I'll give the width and height values, and we'll make them 150 for the img tag, and we'll make the distance 500 from the left. So yeah, our sky, our sun, our plane, yeah, that looks ready. Now let's head for the mountains. So let's go to our HTML file. Now there's no need to go into the div that we created for the sky anymore, right? So we'll create another div under this div with a class named .mountain1. Create another div right after it and make it .mountain2 in the class name. And now we can start to determine its features with CSS. Now first I'll make the width 500 and the height 250 and the background color. So here, let's just give it the color green. And then here, we'll just need to round the corner of this box. All right, so let's change this border radius feature. And here the first value was the top left corner, and the second value is the top right corner. Of course, the third value is the bottom right, and the fourth value is bottom left. So now we need to roll our first mountain from the top right corner. So I'll make it 200% in second value, and here we have a little bit of a different way to do it. It's not a pixel value. So here, let's not let that confuse us, because when we look at it, the mountain is positioned a little bit further down and a little bit higher. So for this, I'll just change the margin and write the first value minus 110 pixels. And then I'll make the other 0, because of course, the minus sign here is not negative, right? It's just in the opposite direction. And then finally, I just want to use the float left feature, because naturally, remember, this feature allows the boxes to be juxtaposed. So now I'm copying what I wrote and just use it for the other mountain, because it has roughly the same features. So first I'll change the name to .mountain2. Then I can nest from the top left corner of the border radius value. So I'm changing the first value. Then finally I'll change the last value of the margin. And our two mountains are overlapping. And yeah, the image is the way we want it to be. It's ready. So I think that's enough for this lesson. I hope that you have time to do some more practice because I think it's kind of fun to be able to manipulate all of this. And it's a great way to actually just explore. And that way you can really master these features. In this lesson, we used a lot of the box model features. In our next lesson, we're going to do up an application that will reinforce everything that we learned. We'll also explore some of the text inside, and we're going to have the opportunity to test the font and text features. So until then, goodbye for now. See you in the next lesson. Hello again, my friends. So in that last lesson, we did some pretty good practice, right? Now in this lesson, we're going to have some fun in a similar way, but a little deeper. I'll show you what I mean. So let's talk about how to prepare some practice for this lesson. So as you can see, there is a food pyramid image with some healthy food. And immediately on the right side of the image, we wrote some articles about them. So we have a header that says healthy food. Now here we've prepared a thick border framing our article. And we've tried to arrange the visibility of our article by changing the sizes and the colors of the words. Here we use the float left feature for the layout. Of course, if you wish, you may want to take the image over to the right, or you can choose different colors than the colors that we've used here. These are the features that give you creative expression, if you will. So let's go to Atom and open up and start preparing our first page. So I'm going to create two new files. These are layout.html and layout.css files. First, I want to go to the HTML file and write the changes there. So I'll write HTML and press Tab. And I'll write in healthy food right into the title. And then we can add a link tag, write the name of our CSS file in it. Now when we switch to the body part, I'll write a div that will cover our entire page. And then here I'm writing out in the class section. And okay, so we dealt with the header part first. So for this, I'll add a h1 tag, and I'll just write in healthy food. And since the header is ready, I can add the image named healthyfood.png, which I added to the photos folder as a PNG just before. All right, so I'm writing healthy food as the alt attribute. So now it's time to add paragraphs. And like I said before, I want to add lorem ipsum in these paragraphs. So I can go to Chrome, write lorem ipsum, and then I can copy the paragraph part from any page. Then we go back to our HTML file and create 5 paragraphs. And we can save our page and have a look at what we've done. So head, pictures, and paragraphs are ready, but for now they are not where we want it to be. And, it's got to be visually appealing, remember? So that means it's time to switch to our CSS file and prepare that visual part. So first of all, I'll create the border framing for our page. You can do it using the border feature inside the body. The first value of the border property determined the thickness. The second value, the color. And the third value, the line type. And then I'll just make Arial the font family property and 17 pixels font size. So now I want to give some properties for this H1 tag. And what do you say? Well, make the color red and right center for the text align feature. You remember that we use this feature to align the post, right? Now finally, I'll make the value uppercase using the text transform feature here. I know we haven't really talked about it before, but since I wanted to make all the letters big, you can just have a look at this feature, how it works, because it works in pretty much the same way. So now if we save these changes, let's go see what's going on, because the majority of our page ought to be ready. All right, so let's take a look at the image of the page that we will prepare and see what's missing. All right, so I gave a link to the first word of our first paragraph, and with this link, we are directed to the fish page in Wikipedia. And this word is in blue and bold. And we should also pay attention to this underlined in the second paragraph. So let's see these features and finish out our page. Now return to the HTML file, and we'll want to give a link to the first word of the first paragraph. And you can recall that we also do this by using a tag. And we specify the link that we want to give in the href attribute. And yeah, we also gave our link. So when we press the word, we can try to go to the page that we are redirected to. And yeah, we got to the Wikipedia page, as you can see here. Now we can specify a class for the second paragraph before we proceed to our CSS file. And we'll move on to the CSS file and put in our latest features. First, specify the properties for a tag. And here we want our word to be written in blue and bold. And I'll also make the color and font weight changes for these. So next, let's say that we want to print underlines for .p2. For this, we specify the text decoration feature, underline, and yeah, let's save the changes and have a look at our page. So yeah, our page is ready. But you know what? Looking at it again, I think I want to add some more space between the article and the border here. So for this, we can just change the margin property for div, which is the out class name. And I'll write .out, and I'll give the margin value 20 pixels in all directions. And I'm refreshing here and looking at the page. Yeah, so yes, the page is the way we want it to be, and it looks ready. So that's it for this. Today we have prepared a beautiful layout, if I do say so myself, but it's a sample layout, and we did it together using both the font and the text features and box model features. So I think that's quite enough for now. And thank you for playing along. Goodbye for now. I want to see you in the next lesson. Have fun playing around. Hello again, everyone. So now I want to talk about the box model in CSS with you. So we've given values such as width, height, border, margin, and padding to our boxes. So in this lesson, I want to talk to you about the box sizing feature. Because while we are sizing our box, we didn't take into account values such as padding, margin, border. So that's why I want to come back here and do it now. So when we create a box and give it a width and height of 150 pixels, we create a 150 by 150 box. But when we add values like padding to our box, CSS adds these values to the box. So initially, 150 pixels wide reaches and becomes a larger size with the added values. So CSS offers us box sizing to prevent this situation. Now, if you don't want different features such as padding and margin to affect the box size, that's when you use the box sizing feature. So let's have a look and see how we use it and what changes that we can make when we practice. All right, so as always, I'm going to create HTML and CSS files. Specify title as box sizing and link the two files together with a link tag. With a div tag, I'll create a box and give it the class name box1. Now, by switching to our CSS file, we can start formatting our box. Width and height values, 150 pixels. Now for border, I will also specify 3 pixels solid blue. And we can look at our page in the browser and look at that our box now has a blue border. Now right-click on our page and say Inspect. Now, when we look at the dimensions of our box, you can see that it's 156 by 156. But didn't we actually determine the width and the height values to be 150 pixels? So it added here 6 pixels border thickness to our box. So the width value was 150 pixels plus 3 pixels plus 3 pixels, and that, of course, equals 156 pixels. So here, 3 pixels were added from the left, or to the left and the right. Likewise, a height value was 156 by adding 3 pixels above and below. Well, here, let's add a padding value, call it 10 pixels. So when we refresh our page and review our box again, we can see the dimensions of our box are now 176 pixels because 10 pixels to the right and left 10 pixels are added from below and above. Now, I want to add a second box without using the box sizing feature. So by switching back to our HTML file, I'll create a div with a class name of box2. I'll also give the same features, just like our first box in our CSS file. So I'll make the border color red just so that I can see the difference clearly. Now, when we save the changes, we can see the two boxes, and they're the same size. Now, how do we talk about this box sizing feature then? I'll tell you. There are 2 different features to box sizing. One is content box, and the other is border box. So for box 1, I specified the box sizing as content box. I save the changes and refresh my page, and ta-da, nothing has changed. Wait, what? How can that be? Because this feature is already on by default, and then it'll include our features in that box size. So what happens if we make box sizing a border box in our second box? Now, as we saw before, when we looked at the changes, our box shrank because the other features are no longer affecting the size. So our box now only has a width and height value that we specified. Now, I'm going to show you one more point before we finish the lesson here. If we want all the boxes on our page to use the box sizing feature, well, we can just by saying universal selector, and this is indicated by an asterisk, or a different display, we can use the box sizing border box feature in HTML that contains our entire page. We also use the box sizing inherit feature in the universal selector. The inherit property means that it has the same values as the container property, right? So it inherits the same value with HTML. And that's it. We have completed the different features that box sizing gives you. And that, my friends, wraps this up. How to manage your box sizes by using the box sizing feature. So it's goodbye for now, and I want to see you in the next lesson. Hello again, everyone. So today we will talk about displaying the web pages that we prepared with you on different size screens, as well as how to make them show up as intended. So we're going to learn the basic idea of media queries. So that's the way that the screens that we prepare will be displayed on computers or tablets or smartphones without any problems. We call that optimization. All right, so if you're ready to get into it, we'll first create our new HTML and CSS files. So in the HTML file, we'll write media queries in the titles section, and we will link our two files with a link tag. So I want to prepare a container box with some boxes in it, and I'll use the div tag for this. So I'll specify the class name of our outer box as a container, and I'll want to add a header called media queries with the h1 tag. Again, using the div tag, I'll add boxes with a class named box. Okay, so that's enough boxes for now. So I want to write box 1, box 2, box 3, box 4, box 5 inside of the boxes. So now we can start formatting. How we'll do this by going over to our CSS file. All right, so let's start with the outermost box, and I'll make the width 850 pixels, and I'll add a border solid line for 3 pixel thickness, and let's make it blue. So I'll set the margin value to auto, just for the average of our page. And then when we look at the changes, we've got a frame. So let's center our title right away. And yeah, so now it's time to shape the boxes inside. Now I'll specify the width and the height of our boxes. Let's make it 250 pixels. Also make the background color red. So when we refresh our page and have a look, it looks like a single box because all the boxes come upside down. So let's bring the boxes side by side using the display inline block feature. So I'll put a padding value in our first box to be 10 pixels, and that makes spaces on the sides. For the other boxes, I can specify the margin property to 10 pixels. And yeah, the page is ready now. So when we look at it, I change the size of our page, and there is no change in the page we prepared. I can only see the part of the screen size. But if I reduce the screen size, I'm going to want to see everything that I just did, right? So that means it's time to use media queries. So we write @media for this, and we will state where the changes that we want should be. So we can write print here so that the changes we make on the print screen are seen. We can write screen and we can see the changes in different screen sizes. Or we can see all of the changes that we make by saying all in different environments. Now let's see screen. Then we say, and open parenthesis. Here too, he specifies what changes we make. For example, saying max width, 1060 pixels, and then we'll make these changes until 1060 pixels. So I'll copy all the changes that we make here by opening ornate brackets. Now when we look at the changes, we can't see them because we wanted it to appear up to a maximum of 1060 pixels. So I want to add one more media feature. So here I want the minimum width of 700 pixels and maximum width of 1020. And as you can see, I connect with and for every different condition. Now I'll make the width of our container 690 because I want it to be smaller than the minimum display value that we give here. And here, the padding value, margin value, border thickness should be also taken into consideration. And then change the color of the boxes to yellow. So when we save the changes and refresh our page, as we can see, our boxes between 700 pixels and 1020 pixels are yellow. So when it's smaller than 700 pixels, what happens? The first style features come into play again. Cool. So let's make one more media feature visible and look at its smaller size view. So this time I'll put in 690 pixels by 320 pixels. And I'll just make the color boxes brown. And how about red for the H1 for a change? So now I'll change the width of our container box to 310 pixels. And when you have a look at the changes, we can see that the title is red and the boxes are brown. So sure enough, guys, as you change the dimensions of the page, you can see that the style features are also changing. And that's how we do it in our media feature. So sure enough, there you have it. We covered how to edit our page for screens of different sizes, like computers, tablets, or smartphones. So that's goodbye for now, and I hope to see you in the next lesson. Hello, everyone. So far, we have talked about tablet, float, block, inline, and position properties for CSS layouts. However, CSS has evolved tremendously. I want to show you the Flexbox structure that provides easier flexibility because it's been developed for ease of use. So the Flexbox allows the elements to be automatically adjusted in space depending on the screen size or device. Were you wondering back there, gosh, why isn't the computer doing it for me? Well, here's where that thought comes into play. Because editing the page structure has now become easier. So the basis of the Flexbox feature, it is the optimal placement of elements in the available free space. So Flexbox is basically an easy way to organize items inside of a container. Now, we can talk about the same features such as grid CSS, but we're going to get to that in the next section. I just want to show you how we can see different screen sizes between the Flexbox structure and the grid. So while the grid aims to work on larger screens, I would say that Flexbox can be used for the smaller screens. So here's an excellent graphic so that when we look at the structure, we can we can talk about a main container that covers everything, and that is called the Flex container. So inside this container, we see the child elements, namely Flex items. So here we can talk about the X and Y axis, and we'll use these to position the items. The X axis is the main axis, and from left to right, the Y axis is also called the cross axis. It goes from top to bottom. All right, so that's the Flexbox and its structure. So now what about the features that Flexbox has to offer? And why don't we look at the code? All right, so here are the features of the Flex container. And here, the features of the Flex items are separated from each other. So first, let's look at the Flex container features. Display, Flex, and inline Flex. So this means that sub-elements gain Flex and inline Flex features. Flex direction. This is where the sorting direction of Flex items is determined. Flex wrap. This will determine how Flex items behave in 2 or more lines. Flex row is used to determine the Flex direction as well as the Flex wrap properties at the same time. First value indicates a Flex direction, and the second value will indicate and include the Flex wrap feature. Justify content determines how Flex items align on the X-axis. Align items determines how Flex items align on the X-axis. And align content is used for vertical alignment of flexible items of 2 or more lines. Flex items properties. Order determines in what order flexible items should be displayed. Flex grow. The box where this feature is given will grow by the value given compared to other items. Flex shrink. The box where this feature is given will shrink by the value given compared to other items. Flex basis is used to determine the optimum size for Flex items. Flex, it allows us to give Flex grow plus Flex shrink and Flex basis features all at the same time. Align self allows flexible box to go out of the default or defined alignment. And sure enough, that is all about the Flexbox structure and features. We touched upon the container and its items and features. So in the next lesson, what we're going to do is talk about some of the values that these features can take with some practice. So hopefully you've got a better understanding about the Flexbox structure. We're going to employ it in the next lesson. All right? See you then. Goodbye. Hello again, everyone. So in that last lesson, explained basically what is Flexbox. So now it's time to code in this lesson. So you want to get to it? Good. And that way I'll explain as we go along some of the other features in the code. So our HTML and CSS files are ready in Atom. So let's prepare some boxes. I'm creating a div called Flex Container. So I put a few boxes in it, and we'll make the class names box 1, box 2, box 3. I'll write 1, 2, 3 in them. So now let's shape our boxes. So we'll go to our CSS file. So here, I'll first give border properties for the container. So I'll make it 300 pixels width and 300 pixels height. As the values for our boxes and the background color. Okay, so if we look at what we've done, we will see that our boxes are lined up and down. Now, if we use the display flex feature for the container, our boxes will come in side by side. Look at that. So the inline flex feature can also be used here. And we can compare the differences between the two features, to block and inline block. For now, I'll prefer to use flex. So now we can start applying the features that we talked about in previous lesson gradually. So here I want to show you the flex direction feature for the container. So this feature can take 4 different values. So our first feature is row. Now when we do this, there's no change because this is the feature used by default. And here the flex items are sorted from left to right. So let's have a look. So when we enlarge and shrink the screen, our box automatically grows and shrinks. Now our second feature is row reverse. As we can see here, the boxes are lined up from right to left. Box 1, then 2, then 3 on the far right. Boxes are ordered from top to bottom with the column feature, and sorting from bottom to top with column reverse. Now let's go back to the row property and talk about items properties. We can show items in the order that we want to by placing an order feature into our boxes. For example, we'll get our second box first, then the third box, then the first box. We achieve the ranking that we wanted. So see, we can easily sort the items in whatever order we want. All right, so now let's get into this flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis features. All right, so that'll make the distinction a little bit clearer. So first, let's use this flex grow feature. So I'll set flex grow 1 in our first box. So I didn't set a value for the other boxes, right? So when we look at our box 1, it filled the whole area. So when we give flex grow a value to an element, we'll say grow as usable space. So to get a little bit deeper with the flex grow value, I'll set 1 for 1 box and 2 box, then 2 for 3 box. We have a total of 3 elements here. First box has a flex grow of 1. Second box has a flex grow of 1. And the third box has a flex grow of 2. So the total number of flex grow units will be 4. The available space in the flex container is then going to be divided by 4, and that means it'll be distributed accordingly, all right? Cool. So let's talk about the flex shrink feature. Flex shrink, flex grow, basically they're the same. However, it's related to the content of the flex shrink element. So an element with a flex shrink value of 0 will not shrink even as our page gets smaller. So this is only true if there is no flex grow value on this element. If there is a flex grow value, then the element won't shrink any smaller than its content. So here, when we give the flex shrink value to our first box, there won't be any change. So now let's talk about flex basis, which is a very important feature here. So for this, I want to make some changes to the code. So I will sort the boxes up and down. so that we can better understand the changes by going into the HTML file. I'm also starting to edit our CSS file. So here we'll erase the features that we put in earlier and determine the background color and margin value of the boxes. Okay, so our boxes are ready now. So let's specify 100% value with flex basis. And looking at the width of our boxes, they completely cover the screen. Although the screen gets bigger and smaller, the boxes are always 100%, right? So now I'll change the flex basis value to 40% in our first box. As we can see, our first box now covers 40%. So let's see what happens if we give the flex grow value to this box. So again, it covers the entire screen because we said that you can use the existing space with this feature. So now let's give our box 3 a flex basis value of 60%. And then let's give the value of flex shrink. No changes were made because there is no factor to shrink our box side by side. So now I want to show you the flex feature where we will use 3 of these features at the same time. I will write flex for the third box and make the values 0, 1, and auto. Here, the first value is for flex grow, the second value is for flex shrink, and the last value is for flex basis. And what do we see here? Our third box has returned to its original shape because these values are the default values of CSS. That's enough for this lesson. I do believe we're going to continue with these flex features in our next lesson. Hello again, everyone. So in our last lesson, we started talking about Flexbox features, and then we realized, whoa, you can do a lot with these things. So that means we're going to continue with some of these features in this particular lesson. So I've already prepared our HTML file for you. I created a container div and 3 different divs inside, and I added paragraphs into them. And now let's go to our CSS file and start talking about some new features. So first, let's determine our container properties. Let's give display flex and flex direction row. I add border and padding values for the boxes. I'll set flex basis 60% without giving grow and shrink value to our boxes. So when we look at it, we can't see all of our boxes because it didn't fit on one line. If you remember, we said that we can show more than one line using flex wrap. So if we set this feature to be a wrap, we will be able to see all the boxes. When we change the flex basis to 25%, we can see all the boxes in one line. Flex wrap feature will take 3 values. Single line will use no wrap. That's used by default. There's also a wrap reverse feature. So to better understand that, I'll go to the HTML file and write 1, 2, 3 in the boxes. And as we see when we use the wrap reverse, it starts to hide from the last box. So I want to show flex flow without switching to our other features. Now, thanks to this feature, we can use flex direction and flex wrap values all at the same time. The first value is flex direction, and the second value is flex wrap. We can now delete them, and nothing has changed. So let's comment on these changes. Now we can talk about a few more features. So first, I want to make a big box class name is flex container by going to the HTML file and add some boxes to it. So let's style them in our CSS file. I give background and height values to our container. And display flex feature. All right, so now it's time for the items. So I'll give the width and height. Let's make it 50 pixels. And I'll enter background and border values. Let's take a look so far at our work. All right, so now we want to change the position of the boxes. So for this, we'll use the Align Items feature. When we first will do a flex start, we look at nothing changing, right? This feature aligns items up. Now we made center and aligned in the middle. And when we make flex end, it is aligned with the bottom. Doesn't align when we stretch. So the height of the items increases according to the container. This is by default. But when we give the boxes a height value, there is a change. Even if the container size changes here, the items will grow or shrink accordingly. Cool, so now let's talk about another feature, this justify content. So let's make align items center first. Let's say flex start in justify content. All right, so nothing's changed yet. The items are aligned to the left, and that's the default property. When we flex end, the items are aligned right. When we do the center, it aligns with the center. When we say space between, it leaves a gap between them. And as we can see, first item left aligned, last item right aligned. So when we say space around, there are gaps in between. There's also a gap on the sides. So there's a gap in all directions. So when we say space evenly, it aligns so that all the elements are equally spaced. And as you can see, the gaps in between are synchronized. All right, so what do you think? Before your introduction to Flexbox features, we had to make them, well, I would say a little bit more painstakingly, adjusting the padding and the margin versus values and so forth. Mathematical calculations can sometimes be exhausting. However, what happens when you realize that things can be just a little easier? That's why in this lesson, we talked about align items and justify content. And didn't you find that it provides a great way to align the items pretty quickly, too? So, in our next lesson, we will continue with Flexbox features. Goodbye for now. I'll see you soon. Hello again, everybody. So in this lesson, there's still a lot more to talk about when we're talking about Flexbox features. Now, you remember what we did in our last lesson, right? Created a container with a background that's orange, and we had some boxes inside. Talked about the features, how to align the elements. So in this lesson, we're going to continue with some of these features, but I want to show you something cool. We're going to talk about align self. So you remember in our Flex introduction, I mentioned that it is the items feature. So this feature determines how items are aligned on the vertical axis. So let's go to the code and see what we can do. So first I want to change the height of our boxes. So let's make our first box. Let's keep it at 50 pixels. So the second is 75 pixels, and the third is 150 pixels. All right, so here we have 3 boxes, differing sizes. So now let's start putting align self into our boxes. So I'll say flex start for our first box. Nothing changes because this feature already aligns vertically to the start, right? Our box was already above. And the second feature is the center. So when we apply it, our box is centered vertically. And now if we look at the flex end feature in box 2, it is aligned with the bottom. So now let's give the stretch feature to the last box. Nothing changes. However, if we delete the height here, our box is going to fill the container's height. And what do you think? We use the align self feature to align our boxes vertically individually. Now I want to tell you about another feature, and we're going to talk about it a little bit more in detail. So this is the align content, and that's used to align our boxes vertically collectively. So let's undo these changes that we made for align self and add a few more boxes in the HTML file. So I think this box will be enough. Yeah, so we've got enough boxes. Now, I'll give the boxes flex bases and flex shrink feature to see our boxes in a few lines. So now I want to give flex wrap feature to sort out our boxes one after another. And that's just what we wanted, right? So let's take a look at what we can do with align content. First, what I'll do is I'll give the flex start feature. Now, as you can see, the boxes were grouped vertically according to the starting point. So now, if we say flex end for align content, the boxes are aligned at the bottom point. Now let's use the center feature. So our boxes are centered vertically. When we use the stretch feature, of course, the boxes are aligned according to the size of the container. All right, so this is the feature that is used by default. And I give you and surrender to you what to do with all the variables for align content. So we went over the Flexbox in pretty good detail, and we talked about all the different features, how they affect each other in practice. We also covered the features for both container and items. Now it's time to whip up a good project using Flexbox. So it's goodbye for now, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello again, everyone. So in this lesson, we're going to start a new layout module with you. Now, as I spoke about before, we learned table, float, position, versus for page layout. Finally, we talked about the Flexbox module, and we saw how easy it makes our work, right? However, CSS is developing, and that means that it allows us to prepare more complex designs easily while preparing our web pages. And Grid CSS also allows two-dimensional changes, making our work even easier in page design. So it also allows us to make changes to both rows and in columns. And we could always make one-dimensional changes in Float and Flexbox. Thus, responsive web development has become a whole lot easier with Grid. However, the Grid structure may seem a bit more complex than some of the other modules, when you first have a look at it, but I don't want you to be afraid. What we'll do is we'll be able to prepare more complex pages easier by learning the different finer points of the grid together. All right? So I got you. So let's have a look. So you see here the insight placement with the grid. And grid basically consists of horizontal and vertical grid lines called rows and columns. So by referring to these lines, the placement of the elements that you want to use in your web page shows up on the grid. Now, there's some concepts that we'll need to know in the grid. before moving on to the coding part, so let's start by learning grid terms. So at first look, let's talk about the grid container and grid item. So actually, it's pretty much the same logic as Flexbox. We have an outer container and child elements inside. Grid container turns the elements it contains into a grid element. Grid line are lines that divide the grid horizontally and vertically. So each grid line gives a number respectively, and it starts numbering from 1. Grid cell. It's the smallest unit of the grid. It's located between 4 grid lines. Grid row. These are structures consisting of horizontal parts. Grid column. They are structures consisting of vertical parts. Grid track. It's used to express the areas between 2 lines. It can be horizontal and vertical, and it's the general term of the grid column or grid row. Grid areas. It's a structure consisting of a many-grid cell. So we know that every grid element is also a grid area. Grid gap. Yep, there are spaces between column or row. So sure enough, that is all about the grid structure and the terms that we will be using. So I know it's a little bit dry at first, but understanding them is going to be that much easier when we move to the code section, believe me. So if you're confused, don't let it bother you. Confusion is the first step to enlightenment. So in the next lesson, we will start with coding. All right, I'll see you there. Goodbye for now. Hello again, everyone. So the last lesson, we got acquainted with the grid layout. Also talked a little bit about grid structure. So in this lesson, we will start coding and see what we can make happen when we practice it. So let's get started. I already created an HTML and CSS files. So I created a container, just like we did in Flexbox and HTML file. And because we'll talk about different features for different containers and items, just like we did in Flexbox, in the grid. So I also added boxes in a container, and I write inside 1, 2, 3, and 4, etc. I created 9 boxes in total. Okay, so that's the CSS side. I gave border and padding values for container. I also gave background color for boxes. And I gave the same color for all of them. So let's have a look at what we're doing. Yeah, so since the boxes are all the same color, it looks like one single box. But I also created a border for the boxes so that we could see the distinction. And sure enough, the boxes are lined up. So let's see what happens if we go to our CSS file and use the display grid feature. All right, so no changes are showing up yet. When we say only display grid, the block did not affect the view. So we'll need to add other features here. So I want to create columns first. So for this, let's use the grid template columns feature. And I'll make 100 pixels and 200 pixels as values here. And now let's see what happens. So as we can see, 2 columns were formed. First column is 100 pixels wide. Second column is 200 pixels. So what if I add 300 pixels of new data to this feature? A new 300 pixel wide column has been added. So yeah, we've created columns with this feature. Well, what do we do if we want to create some rows? Here we can use the grid template rows feature. So I'll make the values 100 pixels for the first row, then 200 pixels, and then 300 pixels. So when we look at the changes, our lines are formed according to the values that we gave. So write the grid template feature that we will use these 2 features at the same time. And here we enter the rows values first. Then we put the slash sign in between. and we write the column values. Now, there's no change when we delete the grid template rows and columns features. We said that the grid allows for two-dimensional changes. Now, if we enlarge or shrink our screen, there's no change on our page. But we want to see our page responsive, yes? So to do this, let's first use percentage expressions and take a look at that. For instance, I'll just give 25% to all the values. Now when we look at when we enlarge and shrink our screen, sure enough, it is responsive to our page. At this point, I'm going to want to talk about the FR unit that comes with CSS Grid. FR is a flexible unit that allows us to define usable space. So for now, I will use 1FR for columns, and I'll look, and sure enough, we have equal and responsive columns. So what happens if I say 3FR for the second column here? It is 3 times bigger than the other columns. So I'll enlarge the screen and shrink, and as you can see, it grows and shrinks at the same rate in the boxes. So this way we can easily manage the usable space just by using the FR unit. So let's say that there are repeating parts and column values. So 3 columns of 1FR here again. So instead of writing 1FR 1 by 1 here, by typing repeat and we open brackets, how many times we repeat, we write it, and we put a comma and write the recurring value. We are looking at this. If we write 4, we have 4 equal columns. So now let's say I want some space between the boxes. And for that, I will use the grid gap feature. And the more space we want, the more space that we give the value. It's just that easy. Now, before we wrap it up here, I want to tell you a little bit about one item feature. So when we look at our boxes, it goes sequential, 1, 2, 3, 4, but let's say that I want box 7 to be first. We can use the order feature for this. Now, you got to remember from Flexbox, correct? Yeah, you were already there, right? So I set the order value for box 7 to 0. And, hey, there's nothing changing. Why? Haha, because 0 is the default value. But let's say if I do -1, it comes to the first place, as you see here. So by using the order feature, we can obtain the order that we want. All right, my friends. Yeah, sure enough, that I think is enough for right now. Wraps it up for me anyway. So today we talked about the grid features, and in our next lesson, we're going to continue with some new features. All right. So goodbye for now. I'll see you next time. All right, welcome back. So last lesson, well, yeah, we talked a little bit about the grid CSS features. We placed our boxes and rows and columns, and we started making changes in 2 dimensions. And then we also talked about the order feature, and that way we can change the order of the grid items. Now, if you do remember, we took our 7th box to the first row, right? Okay, so that gave the order property -1, and our first box became the 7th box. Now I'm going to talk about another feature that we can change the position of our boxes. And we talked about these lines. They're expressed in numbers. So let me just tell you a little bit about what I mean in our example right now. So let's first remove the gaps and see this situation a lot more clearly. All right, so yeah, we can see the lines clearly. And then when we look here, there are 3 rows and 3 columns in total. And if we count the lines one by one, let's say this is the first line, second line, third line, and here's the 4th line. And if we look at the columns, first line, second line, third line, and 4th,
So yeah, that makes it a little more clear. So when we look at box between the second and third row and between the second and third columns, now let's say that I want to, well, put box 1 here. I'll say dot box 1. And that way I specify the location that I want it to take. First I'll write grid row start. And I give the starting row line, so that'll be 2. Then I write grid row end, and I'll write 3. Right? So I apply the same operations for column start and column end. And then when we save it and look at the changes, well, here's our first box between the lines that we determined. All right, so you're getting the idea. So we can also achieve what we imagine in a couple of more ways. The first is to use the grid row and grid column feature. So we just write grid row and row start value, row end value, and type grid column and column start value, and the column end value. So we can specify 2 properties at once. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. We can also use the grid area feature for this. So how do we use the grid area feature? Well, you write grid area and colons. First value, row start, after the slash sign, column start and slash row end slash column end. And that's how we can give all 4 features using the one feature. So I'll just make this feature for our box and give the values 2, 2, and 3, 3, respectively. And now we can comment on all of these. And as you can see, it didn't change. That's the convenience of the grid. So you got to realize that what we want happens a lot easier. And I want to point out one more thing here. As you can see, hopefully, we can bring the box wherever we want to. And when we look at the other boxes, they'll continue to line up just as they should. All right, so let's say, I know, you're scratching your head going, I don't want to change my boxes like that. Well, let's say that I want the 4th box to be between the same lines again, but I want the width to come over to here. Wow, how the heck do you do that? Well, let me show you. Give it a start and end line values with grid row and grid column. Or we can give 4 values using the grid area feature. Boom, all in one go. First of all, I'll just write the name of the class that I want to change. So dot box 4. And I'm writing the grid area. So I'll give a row start value as the first value between the second and third row lines. So I'm writing 2 and slash sign. Then the column start value, so 1. Line and slash sign, row end value 3. And slash sign, and then finally column end value 3. And sure enough, our box makes the placement that we want. But our first box isn't visible. Why is that? Well, let's have a look just by saying inspect. And look at this. Our first box is under box 4 because we changed the order of our first box with grid area. Remember? Okay, so if we take the comment here, all the boxes are visible when we refresh our page. Now, I want to call your attention to one other thing here. As we can see, we did not add the 4th line, but it was added automatically. How do you explain that? Well, I explain the situation with explicit grid and implicit grid. So for explicit grid, the layout we wrote for the grid. The column and rows are defined in the code, right? But the implicit grid, that's automatically created for tracks other than the written ones. All right, so sure enough, we combine the columns as you can see. And yes, we can combine the lines if we want to as well. Now to see this, let's bring our third box to the end of our eighth box, say dot box 3, and I'm writing grid area. And I look at the row and column spacing, and yeah, between line 2 and line 4, between 3 and the fourth column lines, and sure enough, there it is. We went to the next line in box 8. So now when we say inspect, we can see that the third box is in the second row combination, and the fourth box is in the second column combination. Now, I want to show you one other thing here, too. Now, sometimes when we're designing our page, we might not want to deal with what row lines or what column lines. Why? So, if we look at the 4 boxes again, the 2 columns are combined. I come to the properties of the 4th box in CSS file, and I'm writing grid row values. All right, span 2 for grid column. And I'm commenting grid area. I'm refreshing my page, and there's no change because span refers to the grid item. Here we have given 2 grid item fields for grid column. So we can also use it like this. We give the initial value for the grid column here, 1, after that slash, and write span, how many items it contains, so we write 2. So now we can refresh our page the same way, and bingo! That's how span works. So if we look at our page structure, we can see how many changes we can make with, well, very efficient code. That's what I'm talking about when I say the convenience of grid, or what grid gives us in terms of convenience. Now, we're going to continue to make use and learn these features in depth. But for now, this is a lesson that we talked about changing the position of grid items. In our next lesson, we're going to talk about naming grid areas. So I'll see you then. Goodbye for now. Hello again, everyone. So we've been working with you for a few lessons in the world called grid. In the last lesson, we talked about the grid row and grid column properties, and we made changes with grid items. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to create templates by naming them. All right, so let's start with the code. Now let's go back to our basic structure first, undo the changes that we made here for now. And sure enough, our boxes are back to the state that we prepared. So now we will learn a new code grid template areas. So with this feature, we're going to set a name for each box. And when we look here, we have a total of 9 boxes, so we'll give 9 names respectively. I'll write grid template areas in the container class. Then I'll do a double quotation mark and I'll write A, B, C, just, out of convenience. Names are ready for the 3 boxes. Now here we can do a different name convention. For example, the header can be called header. And I'll just choose the letters, just to make it easy. And let's continue giving letters to the other boxes. I'll say D, E, F, and finally I'll say G, H, I, and then I'll finish the naming. So how do we match these names to our boxes? Well, let's first match box 1 with A. So for this, we'll just write grid area in the box 1 class. And then we write the letter A that we want it to match. And then we can do the same for the other 8 boxes by copying what we just wrote, such as box 2, B, box 3, C, box 4, D. And there you go. That's naming for the 9 boxes. So let's see how we can make that easier to meet here. For example, let's say that I want to change boxes 2 and 3. Well, change the place of B and C in the grid template areas. Let me just refresh the page, and box 3 is on the left and box 2 is on the right. We were able to do what we wanted just by replacing the names. Now, let's say that I want our first box to come over here. What do I do there? Well, in this case, it's pretty easy if I just write letter A here. And, okay, good. So, what can you do if we want to extend this box up to here? Yeah, so if we write in this letter, this is where it happens. So now let's add our changed boxes with a new line. That's it. There you go. So as you can see, it's pretty easy. We're able to edit our page structure. We could easily also bring our boxes to a desired location by naming them. And sure enough, my friends, this is the grid structure. And as you can see, we can edit our page structure with very little code. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to continue to talk about these features. So let's continue. Until then, goodbye for now. Alrighty then, welcome back. So in this lesson, we're going to continue to talk about these grid features. And this lesson will also talk about aligning some of these items. So of course, we can continue with the changes that we made in the last lesson. Now, first of all, I just want to talk about the justify items feature. So this is code. And thanks to this code, the items in the container will be vertically aligned, and they'll take 4 different values: stretch, start, end, and center. So now we can start trying these 4 features here. Now there's no change when we stretch because that's the default value. So let's say start. And as we can see, the boxes are vertical and aligned to the starting point. So the boxes here shrank as much as their contents. Okay? So when we look here, how much gap has occurred in the area where our 4th box is located? Cool. So let's examine our boxes just by saying inspect. So I'm looking at box 7, box 1, box 2. And as you can see, our boxes are aligned to the starting points of their own column. Now, if we say end, the boxes move over to the right. If we say center, as you can see, it's aligned to the midpoint. As simple as that, that's how you align on the vertical axis with justify items. So why don't we have a look at how to align the boxes on the horizontal axis? So again, we'll use the align items code for this. So this code also has 4 features, and we'll write our features and see what'll change. Stretch, of course, is the default value, so nothing changes. But what do you see when you use the start feature? The boxes align upwards. Now here, since the 3rd box is aligned according to its own line, the gap is a little bit more. And when we say end, of course, it's aligned to the bottom point. Now, when we write center, the line was centered. So why don't we give our start property for line items and the end property in justify items and have a look. Look at that, our boxes are aligned to the top and to the right. So, will the grid that allows two-dimensional changes allow us to use these two features at the same time? That is a good question, and I would have to say, of course. The place items feature, that's going to allow us to align both rows and columns at the same time. We'll write place items, and the first value is for align items, and the second is for justify items. And we're looking at the changes. No change. We use two features at the same time. Now we use these features for the container and all the boxes were affected. If we want to align for a single grid item, we can use align self, justify self, or place self for this. So let's undo the changes in the container and let's have a look at what's going to happen with these features for our third box. And what do you see? Only our third box has been affected. So what do you think about that? That is grid alignment. And these features are going to come in very handy as we continue. So in our next lesson, we're going to talk about align content and justify content. Now we're also going to talk about autofill and autofit, which are very important for our grid. So goodbye for now. Welcome back. So we'll continue to talk about grid features, but now let's just finish out the lesson features quickly so that we can prepare a nice web page with you. So why don't we start by aligning tracks, align content and justify content features. You can use them to align when items don't cover the entire container. So to see that in operation, I enter 100px row and column values in the grid template. Also set the height for the container. And sure enough, as we can see, there is a space in the container. So let's get started with align content. Batch aligns inline. And this feature takes values of start, end, center, space between, space around, and space evenly. Let's try one by one. Beginning with start. No change. It's already the default. And I say end, and as we can see, it's aligned to the bottom. We call this center, and it comes to the middle point. When we say space between, the items left a space between the lines. And when we say space around, look at that, there is a space at the top and the bottom. Equal ranges occur when we say space evenly. So that's cool. So now let's give our same properties with justify content. Now this time our boxes will be aligned vertically. So I'll copy and paste just for ease, and we'll try it one by one. And yeah, you can see the difference right there in the position of the boxes. So that's what the features do. I bet you can extrapolate the rest of them. So let's undo these changes for now, and we'll return to the standard of our page and just want to talk a little bit more about, well, the grid. I want to introduce you to an alternate scenario. So I set one FR for the row in the grid template and repeat 3, 1 FR for the column. And I'll save the changes and refresh our page. And you see how I'm growing and reducing the browser here? Well, the problem is that it doesn't get responsive enough as our page gets smaller and bigger, right? So the grid allows us to build responsive pages without entering any media quark feature. So at this point, I want to introduce you to the autofill and autofit. So first we can write autofill instead of 3 in the repeat. And I'll write 200px instead of 1fr. Now if I'm looking at the changes, I see them immediately. Now when I enlarge and shrink the page, yeah, it's responsive just like you want. Now when we compare that to media query, we just want to write autofill. So if we write min-max instead of 200px, first enter the min value, comma, and then the max value in parentheses. So I'll call min value 200px, max value 1fr. Then when we cut and shrink our page, our boxes change between 200px and 1fr. All right, so you might be thinking, well, isn't it time to use autofit? Sure, I'll just write autofit instead of autofill. And save the changes, refresh the page. And okay, so there's not that much changed. Only autofill fills the row with as many columns as it can fit. So there are gaps on the edge, as we can see. Autofit, however, behaves in an effort to cover all the available areas. So there are no gaps. All right, you can already see that difference. And there you go, that's it. So those are the features of the grid, and it's enough for now. I do, however, want to prepare a project in which we use both Flexbox features and grid features together, and I'm going to do that in the next lesson. So that means that we're going to put together what we've learned into practice, all right? That way we'll understand more clearly what we can do with Flexbox and Grid. So it's goodbye for now, and I want to see you in the next lesson. Hello again, everyone. So we've talked about the grid features in the last few lessons with you, and I think that we've learned it thoroughly. We've explained the subject, explain. Now, you know the important features, but with this lesson, I really do want to design a web page where we're going to use the Flex and Grid features, and that way you will get it into your bones. So I've designed a web page that will give us more information about CSS. And sure enough, this is the page we will prepare. Now, we basically divide our page into 3 sections. First part is the header. So when we enter a web page here, this is part of the information that we usually encounter, like about, career, products, contact me, that kind of stuff. Now in this section, we will create a list with UL tag and use the flex feature. Here, we're going to use the nav tag that comes with HTML5 instead of the div tag for the container. And don't worry about that. We're going to talk more about it while we're preparing our HTML file. So in the second part of this information section, we'll call it, I want to apply a different color. And I thought that we could also put maybe a photo, add a little information. And I do want to have a CSS photo because we explained the grid here, right? So if you want to, we could redirect it to different links. We can redirect you to the pages where you're going to get more information. So it's all about how you want the page set up or what kind of page is requested, right? In Chapter 3, it's enriched visual content. So let's say I want to create a photos album about CSS. I made changes in the dimensions of the photos just for the sake of visual presentation. So I wanted to draw some attention by choosing a nice color in the background. And here, of course, I used Grid. And when I enlarge it or I shrink it, you can see that it is indeed responsive. All right, so now I want to show the color codes that we're going to use. If you want to use the same color codes, you can, just play along with me. And I would suggest that because that way you'll see approximately the same color that I'm using. Oh, and also to set things out and increase the contrast a little bit, we can shade each section as well. All right, so we're going to talk about everything in detail in the code section. Bye-bye for now. I'll see you in the next lesson. So welcome back. Now we can start the code part of our project. But first of all, let's prepare our HTML file together. Then we can switch to the CSS file and start the visual section. So I've already created the basic parts of our HTML file. And I'll write grid CSS for my title. And I link the CSS file name with the link tag. Now we can start writing the code in the body section. So when we look at our page, the header comes up first. So there are sections about us, career, our products, and contact me. Now for this section, we will prepare an unordered list with the UL tag. When we press every word here, we're going to want to take up the relevant link. So we can create our list with li tags. Of course, we'll use a tag to go to related links. However, since this is a simple page, we're not going to provide individual links. Just add a # here. So let's repeat this for all of the list elements. All right, so our list is ready. And of course, we're going to need a container here to cover our list. So we usually use the div tag for that. However, we're going to use the nav tag. So just simply say the nav tag defines a set of navigation links. Instead of defining menu fields with a complexity of div class equals ID, this will allow us to define them only between the nav and nav tags. So sure enough, here we place our list between nav tag and so you want to back out and see what we're doing? So the first episode is ready. So how simple does that look without making any changes in CSS, right? All right, so now let's start part 2. There's a photograph and a paragraph here. Of course, again, we will add the photo and the paragraph between div tags. And I prepared photos and added them to the file here. I'll just enter this address in the SRC section, just like so. And then I'll add one paragraph. And more articles may have been added here, but you understand the logic, right? Yeah, so let's back out and see what we're doing again. As if we should edit the width of the photo. Okay, so let's fix that right now. So, okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, so now we come to the most beautiful part, part 3. So in this section, we're going to add photos. And like I said earlier, I've downloaded and prepared these photos before. So now let's add the photos with the img tag into the container. And when we look at it, our HTML file is pretty much ready. All right? So now we can start the CSS part. So in our next lesson, that's when we're going to start to color our page. I'll see you then. Goodbye for now. And welcome back. All right, so generally, we've prepared this page together. But now it's time to style our page. So let's just get right to it. So first, let's color the container. Now for this, we can give the background color to our main nav class. And we will use this color for this section, pound E600E6. So our color's fine, but I want to make a shadow, right, to add a little more, depth. Now you remember that we used the box shadow for this, right? We also use the RGB model here. We specify the shade color and, of course, its intensity from all directions. And we say inset to shadow inside the box. So this color and the shade look pretty good. Why don't we just increase the size of the articles here a little? And for this, I give you font size 2EM. And just like that, we've made changes for the main nav class. Now look at this. We're seeing the list elements one by one, but we do have to bring them together. So how are you going to do that? Well, it can be easy when we make the display flex for UL tag. I'll show you. Now, it's going to be better if there are no spots on this sign. So let's say list style none for this. It's a little better now, but the list elements are very close to each other. So if we give a margin for the list, we can solve the problem. And yeah, that's done. It looks much better, right? So now we can get rid of those underlines if we make use of the text decoration none for a tag. Then it's solved. And yeah, so that wraps up giving a little bit of style in this first episode. Now that you look back on it, how easy was it? We created a list, brought the elements side by side using the display flex feature, and we've even given a little color and shading to our box. All right, so that finishes this. In the next part in this section, we're going to begin to shape the container, which we're going to call Flex Container. So we'll give the background color that we set, pound HC1AFF. Now here we can also use the shadow features that we created above and use the display flex feature again. Now, since we want our photographs and practice to be side by side, this is the way to do it. And looking at the changes, it's almost ready in two parts. But there is a gap in the view, and we don't want it to be like this. So what are we going to do? All right, so to solve this, we are going to go to the HTML file and prepare a container with all sections. Yeah, stay with me. We move all codes into this div, which we set up as top container class. And let's give display grid feature for the top container in our CSS file. And I'll give auto for grid template row. And the gap is now gone and responsive in our page. Let's change the text of the paragraph here. So let's set Arial to be the font family. Let's change the font size. And yeah, so we've made style changes in two parts, and our page is slowly taking shape. So in section 3, a nice web page will be ready when we make the changes that we want. So in our next lesson, we will continue with part 3. All right. See ya next time. Goodbye for now. And welcome again. So we continue to edit our page. In this lesson, we're going to edit the photos. So first of all, I want to give a margin feature for the body tag that I want to make, because there shouldn't be any gaps on the edge of our page. Yeah, so the gaps are gone. All right, so now we can start in 3 parts. First of all, let's give container properties that we add photos. And let's start with the background and shadow properties. Give display grid feature. Let's identify one of the most important features here, the grid template. And we can give 1 FR for row and autofit min-max for column. I also enter 200 px and 1 FR for min-max. And I'll want a space between the photos. 20 px would be good for the grid gap. We can also give a padding value. Right, so now when we look at the changes, it wasn't exactly what we wanted, or, well, what I wanted. So let's do a few tutorials on the class name box. So I'll give the value of margin and padding for the box. Also, we can change the background color to whatever you like. And if you want to, we can give the width to be 100% of the photos. That might be what we want. Let's have a look. All right, so we've fooled around with the placement of the photos. We edited their location. We set our page to be responsive, and we got the image the way that we wanted it to be. Oh gosh, you know what? We prepared our page so easily. We talked about many important features in CSS, though. You didn't even notice that, did you? You're becoming an expert in no time. So you can keep your CSS information updated by reviewing current information as well as the different projects over in CodePen. You can expand your information by examining a web page yourself and trying to prepare a different version. There's so much to learn when you continue to develop. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. In this section, we're going to talk about what is Python, what are the usage areas, and what are the benefits. So, what is Python? I know I keep asking you, right? And you're here for me to tell you. So, Python is an interpreted, object-oriented, high-level programming language with dynamic semantics. So it has its high-level built-in data structures, combined with dynamic typing and dynamic binding, making it very attractive for rapid application development. Python is simple. It's easy to learn syntax, emphasizes readability, and then therefore reduces the cost of program maintenance. Python can also run on Mac and Windows and Unix systems, and has also been ported to Java and .NET virtual machines. It is open source, which means it is free to use, even for commercial applications. It's used for various types of areas like data science, machine learning, systems automation, and web applications like API, backend, front-end. Python benefits from both a strong standard library and libraries from third-party developers. Python has been enriched by decades of expansion and contribution. Python's standard library provides modules for common programming tasks, math and string handling, file and directory access, networking, asynchronous operations, threading, and multi-process management. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. In this section, we're going to, you're going to meet Django.
and the reason why it's becoming so popular. So what is Django? Django is a free and open source web application framework, and it's written in Python. So a web framework is a set of components that help you develop websites faster and easier. Django Framework enables you to model your domain and code classes. And before you know it, you already have an object relational matter, or ORM, that you can interact with application data from various relational databases such as SQLite, PostgreSQL, and MySQL. The Django community, like the Python community, contributes a whole lot of useful packages and utilities. Type in Django on the Python package index, and you'll come across over 4,000 packages available for use. And this is on top of Django's mentality. So Django was designed to take the application to completion as quickly as possible. It takes security seriously, right? So therefore, it helps developers to avoid common mistakes. And it quickly and easily handles the busiest of operations and scales them. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. In this section, we're going to learn how to download and install Python on a Mac. So let's download and install Python. Open up the browser and simply type www.python.org. All right, so this is the main page of Python. In these sections, find the download section and let's click on it. So the Python website automatically finds out the operating system and it offers you to download the latest version of Python onto your Mac. Now, you might not know it, but the Mac OS actually comes with Python programming language. So first, you want to check the version of Python on your system. Just go to the terminal and type Python space -- version, and then you'll see the current version of Python on your system. Now compare the version of Python on your system and the website, and if they are different, just click the download button for the newer version. Perfect. So after downloading the installation package, simply double-click on the package to start the installer. And then after the installer starts, just follow the installer wizard and finish up the installation. So I chose a default installation directory. You may want to install it to a different location. That's okay. You can change the directory when the installation wizard asks you to. So after finishing the installation, now we have a fresh version of Python and a built-in editor, IDLE, on our system. So let's open up IDLE and do some cool stuff. That's what you're here for. Simply type print Python Django course and press enter. So this writes the print function's output to the idle. Finally, check Python 3 version Python 3 -- version, and that shows up as Python version 3.7.1. Hello, everybody. In this section, we're going to learn how to download and install Visual Studio Code onto our Mac. So let's go ahead and download and install Visual Studio Code onto our system. So open up the browser and simply type in code.visualstudio.com. So this is the main page of Visual Studio Code.
And you can see the main features of Visual Studio Code: IntelliSense, debugging, Git, and extensions. VS Code website automatically determines what operating system you have, and then it offers to download the latest version of Visual Studio onto your Mac. And then find downloads for Mac and click it. So here, the VS Code website shares some features like intelligent code completion, streamlined debugging, fast and powerful editing, and so on. And they're not lying. So after finishing downloading and installing, just open up Visual Studio and let's wait for verification. So there are some sections on the left side over here. These are the navigator of VS Code, like Explorer, Search, Debugger, and Extensions. So right now, go to the Extensions section and type Python into the search bar, and then click the Install button. Okay, so now configure VS Code for Python. So let's find the Python 3 path and set it to Visual Studio Code user settings. So let's create the new Python file and run it with Debugger. And then you're going to see the result on the console. Hello, everyone. In this section, we're going to learn how to download and install the Postgres app on your Mac. So let's download and install the Postgres app. Open up the browser and simply search for Postgres app. And the first website is the official website of the Postgres app, so just go ahead and click on it. All right, so this is the main page of the Postgres app. Now, here's a definition. The Postgres app is a full-featured PostgreSQL installation package as a standard Mac app. Installation parts were listed, and the default settings are localhost for the host, 5432 for the port number, and we're going to look for some more details. And then we'll connect our PostgreSQL server with pgadmin. So in these sections, just find your download and click on it. You will see the information about the Postgres app. So it offers to download the latest version of the Postgres app with PostgreSQL. And click on the download button. Now you can open up the DMG file right there in the Downloads folder. Drag it and drop Postgres app icon onto the folder icon. And then just complete the authentication requirements. And then after verifying the Postgres app, let's create a new server. So the default settings are coming up with port number 5432, but I'm already using this port, so I will change it to 5433. But you can just go ahead and use 5432. Then after filling in the required sections, just click on the Create Server button. All right, and then once on the main page of the Postgres app, click Initialize to configure and start your first PostgreSQL server. Now, this server comes with 3 tables, and the status is running now. Hello, everybody. In this section, we're going to learn about how to download and install pgadmin. That's an application for your Mac. So let's go ahead and download and install the pgadmin app. First, just open up the browser, simply search for pgadmin app. And the first website just happens to be the official site of the pgadmin app. So go ahead and click on it. And here we are at the main page of the pgadmin app. And then here's the definition. pgadmin is the most popular and feature-rich open source administration and development platform for PostgreSQL. So this is exactly what we're looking for. And of course, in these sections, just find the download section, click on it. And on the download page, just find the latest pgadmin version. For now, it looks like it's pgadmin 4. And then click on the macOS icon. And click again, and the latest version of pgadmin 4. And then on the next page, click the file that ends with DMG. And the operation will be started. Then after downloading, just open the DMG file from your Downloads folder, if that's the default download folder that you've designated earlier. And then click on the PageAdmin 4 icon. So now, open up a Chrome web browser and type in it 127.0.0.1:50741/browser/ on the search bar. Create a new server with the information that is provided by the Postgres app. And here you will see the tables that were created by default with the PostgreSQL server in the table section.
Hello, everyone. In this section, we're going to learn the basic commands for macOS. Now, the command line is also called the command prompt, command screen, or text interface. But whatever you call it, it's a user interface that's navigated by typing commands as prompts instead of using a mouse. So unlike a GUI operating system, a command line only uses a keyboard to navigate by entering commands, and it doesn't utilize a mouse for navigating. The Mac command line is a program called Terminal. It lives in the Applications Utilities folder. So let's start with an explanation of basic terminal commands. PWD means print working directory, and that shows which directory that the user is currently working on. CD means change directory. It uses the folder name that exists on the current directory. Also, CD ... returns from the current directory to the parent directory. LS means a list that performs to show files and folders on the current directory. If you use -L with a list command, it shows details about files and folders. mkdir is a command that creates a folder on the current directory, and it means make directory. All right, so let's continue with touch. So touch creates a file on the directory, and if you remove a file, you should use the rm command with the existing file name on a directory. Now, Terminal comes with different types of commands. For instance, you can check the version of any program that you use by --version with a program like Python --version, right? And the exit command is used to log out and terminate the terminal. All right, so now we're getting somewhere. We're starting to issue our first command in terminal. So I typed pwd on the command line, and it gives me my current directory that is users/Mehmet Fatih Gunkar. Then, in order to list the files and folders in that particular working directory, I'll type ls. So this command gives me all the existing folders and files. So our path user/Mehmet Fatih Gunkar includes 13 different folders and files, as you can see here on the terminal. Now, if you want to learn more detailed information about these files and folders, you just type -L at the end of the ls command. Then this command gives us folders and files name, date and time they were created, as well as usernames and permissions. So let's change a directory to documents. So I typed cd documents, and my working directory has been changed to user/Mehmet Fatih Gunkar/documents. And then if you want to make sure about your new directory, just type ls again and see the files and folders in the new directory. So there we go. We've got 3 items in our directory now. Now we're adding a new directory to our current directory called new proj. And again, if we type ls, we can clearly see that our new directory has been created. And if we want to see any details about our new directory, we can just type ls-l. So now let's change the working directory to the new proj directory. And if we type the wrong directory name, it gives us an error, like, no such file or directory. So then we just, okay, fine, you're going to be that way. Let's just type it correctly. And now we're doing some directory changing operations.
So in order to add a new file to our directory, we have to use the touch command with the name of the new file. And then, of course, if we want to remove this file, the rm command is for removing the file from the directory. And if you want to check the version or languages or frameworks, you can use --version, for example, Python --version. And here's the version of my Python is 2.7.15. And then finally, to log out and terminate terminal, we should type the exit command. Right, so now that you know all of that, in this session, we're going to be learning about the Python Package Manager and how to use the Recommended Package Managing Tool, PIP. So before starting, let's understand clearly what the package is and what a module is in Python. And then after understanding the package and module, we'll have a look at the Python Package Index. And then we're going to take a glance for pip commands. And finally, we will see package using in Python. So now just open up the browser and search the words Django GitHub. And then you will see the first website is Django's GitHub page. Now, GitHub, if you're not familiar, is a web-based service to store any document about software. If you scroll down to find the Django folder and click on it, now we are on the Django's repository Django folder. Now there are files that end with .py. These are modules of Python like init.py and shortcust.py. So these are just one of the modules of this project, but init.py is also the file that shows if the file has init.py, it is in a package. So if we look at a conf folder, we can see that there is a init.py file. So we can say that the conf is one of the packages of this project, right? Global setting.py that's listed in the conf folder is a Python module because it ends with .py. Cool. So now let's look at the Python package index. Open up the browser and search the word PYPI. And you will see the first website is the Python package index page. So if you scroll down a little bit, then you see this here, the simple explanation of PyPy. Python Package Index is a repository of software for the Python programming language. That means you can search various types of Python libraries on this website. But what we're going to do is let's search for Django and then click Enter. And you will see thousands of listed Django packages. Now here you can search for anything that you want, like settings. So turn back to the main page. And the main label says you can also create your own packages and publish it to the PyPy environment. And what does that do? It helps the community because it serves other developers. Great. So now let's continue with pip commands. So pip help
is a helper command, and it shows all commands and options that come with the pip environment. Pip list is the command that lists all packages installed already on the system. So now open up the terminal and type pip -- version. And the command returns you the version of pip, and that's 18.1 on my system. And to check out our pip version, copy this version number of the pip package, and then go back to the Python package index website and paste this into the search bar. Then click enter, and you will see the pip 18.1 package all right on top of the list. So now just go back to the terminal and type the pip help command, and it'll list for you a whole bunch of commands and options. Now let's continue with the other command pip list. It lists all the packages with name and version that has been installed onto the system. The next command is pip search. So go back and type it in the terminal, and then you will see dozens of packages that searched on Python package index website. And if we search the key on the website, we can see the same packages like the terminal showed us. So the pip show command indicates to us the information of packages like Django. The most important part of this command is a required section, because in order to use Django packages, we have to install all the required items in this section, like pytz. So the first command is pip check. That checks the package's dependencies. We've already seen this with pip show, and that gave us the required section. So now we can check any package to make sure that it is available for our use in our project and any other. So now we know that the pytz package is required for the Django package. So let's uninstall the pytz package, and what do we see? Of course, it gives us the warning that shows us about the required packages for Django. Now, pip freeze is a saving method for our installed packages into a file. So we'll type a command, and the system generates a requirements.txt file, and it puts it right there in our directory. In this section, we will be learning about Python virtual environment. A virtual environment is a Python strategy to differentiate installed packages between global packages and virtual environment packages. So let's have a look at this slide, and you'll see that there are two different virtual environments for different projects. The Python environment includes all global packages inside. When we create a new virtual environment, it comes with the main packages for the project. So Project 1 and Project 2 have completely different environments for packages. So let's go to the Python package index webpage and type virtual env in the search bar. Go to the virtual env 16.1.0 package. So the introduction explains virtual env as a tool to create isolated Python environments. Cool. So open up the terminal and type the pwd command, and it gives us a current working directory, as we know. So let's make a directory called Django project and put that directory into it. If you don't have a virtual env package in your global environment, just type pip install virtual env first. Great. So let's create our first virtual environment called venv in the Django project directory. Open up the Django project directory and see the folders that have been created with virtual environment. Now, before starting the project, activate virtual environment first. So type source venv/bin/activate, and then you will see venv as a word in the bracket at the beginning of the line, which means that we change the environment to venv. Now, in order to see the packages that come with the virtual environment, just type pip3 list and then deactivate the virtual environment by typing deactivate. And then you can compare global packages and virtual environment packages. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We have completed setups and environment settings. So now, if you're ready, because I know I am, we are going to start creating our first Django project, which is Hello World. So let's start by creating the project directory. Open the terminal and go to the folder that you want to create a project in. I'm going to create it on my Documents folder and create Hello World directory. So just type the mkdir Hello World and press enter. And of course, that makes a new directory for the project. And change the directory to this new directory. Then create a virtual environment for the new project in the Hello World folder and activate it. So these are virtual environments packages, but there is one missing, Django. So let's install Django. Just type pip install Django and press enter. Now we have our Django packages. So it's time to start our first project. So use the Django admin command to start a project right now, and it's called, at the moment, Hello World _proj. So just type in Django-admin start project Hello World _proj. And then after creating the project, go to our project folder. All right, so now our default project is ready. And in order to test it, let's run the server. And open the server URL on the browser. So there we go. Default Django page has worked successfully. Now, it gave us a not found warning for the favicon. It doesn't matter right now. We'll get to that. So just stop the server on the command line, press Control and C at the same time. Perfect. Let's look at the project default files on Visual Studio. So in the top left navigation pane, just open Explorer, then click Folder, select Project Root Folder, and click Open. And the Django default project comes with WSGI as a server file, URLs, HTTP file, settings file, package, default, init file. Yeah. So the Django project is nothing without an app. So let's create our first app. And in order to do that, open up the terminal again and type Python3 manage.py. Start new app. And our new application name is new app.
So like the Django project, the app also comes with some default files like admin, apps, migrations file, models, and views. So this Django app and the Django project has no bond until we add the app to the Django project installed apps. So open the settings file from the project folder and add new app to installed apps. So let's write our first view of the app. This view will return an HTTP response. Default app files don't contain an URLs file, so we have to first create a new URLs file and then add our view as a path to the URLs pattern. And then finally, add this new URLs file from the new app to the main URLs file by using the include keyword. So now this main URLs file passed the request directly to the new app URLs. So Django is going to try to find the right pattern in the new app's URLs. I think it's a lot easier to see than to say. So open up the terminal and run the server again. And open the server URL on the browser. And then you will see the string that we return in an HTTP response. So let's just review what we did in this section. We added a new URLs file to the new app. Then we added the include function for these URLs to the main URLs URL pattern. We created a new view homepage, and this returns an HTTP response with the string, "This is the Hello World app homepage." Very cool. Hi, everyone. Welcome. In this section, we're going to look at one of the most important topics of the Django framework, models. So I've changed the name new app to Hello World app. So you got to do the same thing. So change the folder name of the new app and then open the new apps file and change that name to the Hello World app. And now you're all caught up. Now, open the settings file from the Hello World proj folder and add Hello World app as a name into the installed apps list. Then open up the models file and import models from the django.db package if you've not already done that. So after importing, just create the first model name, first model, that is inherited from models.model. As you can clearly hear, C in the brackets. Then adding the new field is very straightforward in Django. First, just give a name for the field and generate it from the models field types like char, Boolean, and text. Now, let's check our first model from the official Django website. Open a browser and type Django project and then click. So the first link, that should be the djangoproject.com, right? And now let's find the documentation section in the navigation bar and click it. Go to the topics guide and find models and databases. Right, so click on the model subsection. Now, here's an example of a person model, as we did. It has two fields, first name and last name. Now let's view the model examples, a little bit. We can see what we like, and then we'll go back to VS Code. Because now it's time to create our first migration file with the new model. So open up the terminal and go to the root folder of the project that's called Hello World Proj at the moment, and type in make migrations, and it gave us an error for a missing attribute for the char field, max length. So go ahead and go back to the VS Code and add the max length attribute to the char fields. And then after completing the update on a model type, make the migrations on the terminal and see the success of the response of creating a new migration file. Initial migration file was created in the migrations folder. Good, so now let's modify the first model, add the last name field to our model, and then try again to generate a new migration file. So this time, the migration operation gave us an error because we created the migration file with this model. So, remove the initial migration file, and let's try again with the make migration command. So we have generated our initial migration file, and now let's migrate models to a database. So go to the terminal and type Python 3 manage.py migrate. And when migrating an initial migration, there are also some other migration files that come with that migration. These are imported packages initial migrations. That means that these are coming from the installed apps. So open the project settings file, and the installed apps are the same as the migrated models. So our current database is db.sqlite on the root folder of the project. We migrated all of our models to this database.
Now, let's register our first model for an admin site and run the server. Open the admin dashboard again and fill in the username and password with the new super user credentials, and then log into the system. Now you can open the first model page and complete those fields. So our first model project is created, and you can delete or change this object right here on the same page. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. In this section, we are going to continue to look at one of the most important topics of the Django framework, which is, let's say it together, models. So let's go deeper into Django models. Now open the Django official website, Django project, and then open documentation. Open the topic guides page. Then select the models subsection under models and databases. All right, so now we're going to dive a little deeper into the model fields. So let's have a look. Auto field, Boolean field, char field, data field, decimal field, email field, image field, integer field, slug field, URL field. So let's create a person model with new model fields. Add the first name and last name as a char field. And don't forget to add the max length attribute. Then add an email field as an email field of Django. Open the field document and check the attribute of email, and then modify it. Next field is data joined. So we're using the date time field. So open the Django document again and check what attribute we can add, and then add auto now and auto now add to the date time field. Go to field options and find choices and add size field. So this field is a char field, but the length is 1, so we can select from the shirt sizes list to determine size. Model creates the primary key field as an integer field, but if you add a primary key option to this field, it will become the primary field for the model. And finally, we'll add the unique option, the email field, because each email should belong to a different person, right? After implementing the person model, open up Terminal and go to the project folder and migrate the new model to the database. Then run the server again and open the URL on the browser. And after that, you will see the main Django page. So let's go to the admin panel. Now, we did not see the person model in the admin panel because we did not register this model to the admin page. So open the admin file and register the person model. And on the admin page, you will see the person model and the fields of the model. So let's create a new person from admin panel. So enter ID, email, first name, last name, and select size. And then we can save it. If we entered the wrong type for the field requirements, the error will be shown at the top of the form. Now go to the Django website and find this field, and then check on why this model gave an error from the email field. Then correct it and try it again to save a new person. Hi, everyone. Welcome. So HTTP
is this section's topic. And of course, this is one of the most not only important but powerful features of Django. So let's have a look at what we're going to learn in this section. We will start with the Django request processing. Then we will implement a basic view to our response object. A path converter like int, string, slug is in our next section. And then finally, we will be looking at the include key for URL patterns and passing an extra argument for the views. So let's start with Django request processing. So here are the steps of how Django handles a request. Django first determines the root URL, and our root URL is located in the settings file of the Hello World project. Then it loads the modules of the project, and it collects all the URL patterns from the modules. The Django system runs through each URL pattern and tries to find the first match. And then, if any of the patterns match, then Django imports the views and calls the requested method. All right, so let's create our first complete URL patterns. So we have to redirect requests to the Hello World app. So first, we include the Hello World app URLs in the root URL. And after redirecting requests from the project root URL pattern, we start editing the Hello World app URLs as needed. Django starts with the first path admin, and if the URL pattern does not match, then it continues to look for data and then contact until the first match. So we have to call the app's view, but our URL is now in the project folder, so we should redirect the URL to Hello World app. Then create a view in the Hello World app view file. Now this is the first page view, and it'll return the current time in the HTTP response. Then open the URLs file and add this view to the path. After completing our first URL pattern and view, let's try this. Go to the project root folder. Activate virtual environment and run server. Add hello world / first page at the end of the base URL. So this will match with our views path because our base URL, hello world proj, matches the hello world. Then it directs the request to the hello world app. Then it matches the first page pattern, right? Makes sense. So this view returns to us the current time of the system. Now here is how Django processes the request and finds the matched pattern. Now let's continue with the path converter. So open up the browser and search for djangoproject.com. Click the documentation section, then select the topic guides. Scroll down a bit and find the URL dispatcher. Path converter includes 5 different types like int, string, slug, UUID, and path. The most common types are int, string, and slug. So let's try the int converter in our first view. Now we call the URL with the int year, and then print the year to the console. So if we want to pass any arguments from the URL patterns to the view, we'll just add the third parameter as a dictionary with arguments. So it was quick, but in this section, we learned how Django processes a request. And we wrote our first URL patterns and views. Then we added the current time to the response object and showed it in the browser. After creating the first URL and view, we continued with path converters and learned 5 different types of path converters and implemented the int converter into our project. Then finally, we looked at how to pass an extra argument into the view function and send the year argument from URL patterns to the view function. Hi, everyone. A Django template is simply a text document or a Python string marked up using the Django template language. Some constructs are recognized and interpreted by the template engine. The main ones are variables and tags. So let's have a look at what we're going to learn in this section. We will start with template basics and configurations. Then we implement basic views to render with templates. Then we'll take a look at the Django template language with conditions and loops. Then finally, we're going to view template tags and filters. So open the Hello World Apps Views file, and let's start creating a new view home. Now this view will return the home.html template after rendering it. To call the view, we have to add a view to our URL patterns as a path. Then go to the project folder, activate a virtual environment, and then run the server. So open the browser and call the home view after adding home to the base URL. So it gave us a template that does not exist error because we did not add the templates folder, even though we did not have the home.html file yet. So let's create a templates folder on top of the project folder that's called manage.py, and the templates folder should be on the same path. So let's write our first HTML script on the home file and then call the home view again from the browser. Now, despite the fact that we created the file, it's still giving us an error. What do you think? The missing thing is template configurations. So therefore, open the settings file and find the templates object. The dirs array is empty, so the template engine cannot find the right path. So that's why it throws up the error. So go back and open the terminal and find out the current path, and then add this path, adding the word templates at the end of the path. And let's try it again on the browser. So now you see that it works. And we can see home And this is the home page text on the browser. So the DIRS path is right, but it can only work on this path because we didn't change the path. So the best way now is using the base_dir option. And that provides Django as a default and adds the templates word automatically after it. So let's add another view named Contact and check it out from the browser. All right, so now we've completed the contact page, and now we're going to add a head tag to both the contact and the home page. But this causes code repetition. And if we're going to develop a big project, it's going to be hard to maintain or debug for every single page. So in order to avoid code repetition, first place the base.html file in the templates folder and move all the same content from home and content files to that base file. Now, we're going to want to make a different body part for both the home and the contact page. Because of this, we have to add a block to the body part of the base file. And this is how we differentiate our child pages easily. Make sense? So we want to extend the base page from home. So we should add an extends tag with base.html and a block. And that refers to the base's block content and modifies each page with these tags. So now everything looks like it's working correctly. All right, so now we've completed our pages, but if we want to change these pages' content from the view, how do we do that? Well, it's actually pretty simple. We can just add context as a third parameter of the render function. So that means we can access the item of the third parameter from the template items. So let's create a context dictionary and name and phone number object, and then add this directory to the render function. Then we'll open the home file, modify the block content by adding the name object surrounded with 2 curly braces. And then let's test it on the browser. Then go ahead and add the phone number object yourself. Let's look at template conditional tags like for and if right now. So first, let's create a blog file in the templates folder. So add blog view to view file and add this view to the URL patterns as a new path. And we will return an array of blog post objects. So let's create a blog post array first, and then give it to the render function as another parameter. So in blog, file add for loop into the block content and write post author into the page. And we have 4 names on the page as we expected. Then extend it with the post title. Okay, so everything looks like it's working correctly. It's time to add an if condition. So add the if condition to the control post number. And if the number is greater than 2, write the author and title objects to the screen. There we go. We have just 2 blog posts on the screen. And now we can change it to the 1 and see 3 blog posts on the screen. So let's look at the templates, tags, and filters options a little bit more. We've already learned the extends, block, for, and if tags. Now go to a web browser and search for Django project and click the first link. Then click documentation. Click to references. Then find templates reference in this list. Select built-in tags and filters on this page. Now, please, just for a minute, glance at the tags and filters and then find the built-in filter references. We're going to do some examples with built-in filter tags. So let's try cap first and make the first letter capital. Then add a center tag
and a lower tag yourself. In this section, we learned templates basics and how to configure the templates folder and directory correctly. And then we added views with the render function and rendered templates plain, and also with context in order to use it inside of a template. Then we looked at conditions, loops, tags, and filters. Hi, everyone. Welcome. So migrations are Django's way of propagating changes that you make to your models into your database schema. We will start with Django migration commands like migrate, make migrations, SQL migrate, show migrations. These are just basic Django migrations that can be extended with options to use in application-based or for the whole project. Then we will implement PostgreSQL configurations and establish the first connection from the Django project to a PostgreSQL server. pgadmin is a PostgreSQL UI application, as you know. We will connect to our PostgreSQL server from pgadmin. And then finally, we will look at a migration file that's created by a Django system to make a migration to the database. So why don't we go and get started with the Django migration commands. We have 4 basic migration commands that can be extended with options for using application-based or whole project-based. Migrate is the applying command, and that's responsible to migrate everything that is determined in the migration file. Make migrations. You use that in order to create migration files to determine the latest changes from the last migrations, and it creates a new migration file in the migration folder. SQL migrate displays SQL statements for a significant migration, and the show migrations command lists the migrations and status of migrations that are already completed. So how about some examples of migration for our project? First, we'll type show migrations, and it gives us all the migrations that are stored in the Hello World app migration files. Then, in order to check whether or not there are any changes on our models, let's type in make migrations. And yeah, see, it gives us no changes detected. So let's change our person's model ID key length from 100 to 120. So if we type make migrations command again, it gives us changes on person model. And then we can delete the files that were created for updating the person model. Now to migrate our migration files to the database, we use the migrate command. So let's try to migrate our first migrations into the database. So this command makes all the necessary migrations to the database that are specified in the settings file, which are, of course, in our Hello World project. So now we're going to make our PostgreSQL database configuration in our settings file. Our default database will be PostgreSQL. So we set this database as the default one. Set the engine to PostgreSQL from the Django database backends. Name database name in PostgreSQL tables. User and password are your credentials while creating the server. And host localhost is a port, and your port number is 5432. Now, after completing the database configuration, open up pgadmin, that's the application, from the web browser, and create first the PostgreSQL database instance for our project. Now, let's go back to the terminal and migrate our models to the new database by using the migrate commands. Now, if the system does not find any changes, remove the current migration files. And then use the make migration command for the application base, like adding the application name Hello World App at the end of the line. Then it creates the initial migration file for the PostgreSQL database. And then make migrations, then check the migrated tables on pgadmin. So now let's add a new model, but this time let's indicate the table name meta class. Then let's check the tables again, and you will see the table name as we predicted. Now, finally, to see all the migrations, we'll just type again show migrations command, and it gives us a whole list of the migrated files. So in this section, we had a look at how to use Django migration commands, how to establish a PostgreSQL database, and then using it with the pgadmin user interface. Hi, everyone. Django comes with a user authentication system. So it handles user accounts, groups, permissions, and cookie-based user sessions. Django Authentication System handles both authentication and authorization that verifies the user and determines the user allowance. So let's have a look at what we're going to learn in this section. We will start with the installation of authentication to the project. So authentication requires some other packages to work with, so we will check and add these packages to the project settings file. Then we will view the user object that is being used for comprehensive authentication and authorization operations for Django. So let's start by looking at the Django official documentation for authentication. Let's go back to the web browser and just type Django project. And then you can select documentation from the sections. Then topic guides. Find the user authentication in the Django topic and click on it. Now find the installation part of the document that says installed apps of the project should contain auth and content type items from contrib package. And also, session middleware and authentication middleware options must be added to middleware settings. Also, in order to use authentication, we have to do all the migrations that come with these packages. Yeah, you were wondering what all that migration work was for, huh? So go back to the terminal and we'll go to the project folder path. Now remember to activate the virtual environment. Then migrate all models to the database. Now go to the pgadmin dashboard and open the Hello World app database. Then look at the tables that were migrated from the project. Are they all there? That's how we've completed the installation part for authentication. Not too shabby. Now, let's look at the Django user object. So go to the Django website again and click the next page topic that is using Django Authentication System. So this page explains user object, but first, let's have a look at the user model fields from the references page. So open the Django documentation page and click on the references section. Then let's find the contrib packages. And now select the Django contrib auth item from the list. So this page gives us all the file and field explanation like username, first name, last name, email, password, and so forth. Also, we can see that these fields on our database's auth user table. So the user object has some attributes and methods. Let's look at these attributes and methods, huh? Attributes return true and false states, and methods are used to simplify the get and update operations.
So let's do some login and register examples for our project. So we have some command line methods to operate auth progress, like create super user and change password. So first we're going to look at these methods. Open the terminal and try creating a new user method like this. Give name, email address, and password for the super user. And then check this super user from the database auth user table. So after creating super user, let's try to change the password method. So open terminal and let's change the password like this. The Django project has come with some auth password validators. And if you give a password or want to change a password that does not pass from this validator, yeah, it gives you an error. Hi, everyone. Django comes with a user authentication system. So it handles user accounts, groups, permissions, and cookie-based user sessions. Django Authentication System handles both authentication and authorization that verifies the user and determines the user allowance. So let's have a look at what we're going to learn in this section. We will start with the installation of authentication to the project. So authentication requires some other packages to work with, so we will check and add these packages to the project settings file. Then we will view the user object that is being used for comprehensive authentication and authorization operations for Django. So let's start by looking at the Django official documentation for authentication. Let's go back to the web browser and just type Django project. And then you can select documentation from the sections. Then topic guides. Find the user authentication in the Django topic and click on it. Now find the installation part of the document that says installed apps of the project should contain auth and content type items from contrib package. And also, session middleware and authentication middleware options must be added to middleware settings. Also, in order to use authentication, we have to do all the migrations that come with these packages. Yeah, you were wondering what all that migration work was for, huh? So go back to the terminal and we'll go to the project folder path. Now remember to activate the virtual environment. Then migrate all models to the database. Now go to the pgadmin dashboard and open the Hello World app database. Then look at the tables that were migrated from the project. Are they all there? That's how we've completed the installation part for authentication. Not too shabby. Now, let's look at the Django user object. So go to the Django website again and click the next page topic that is using Django Authentication System. So this page explains user object, but first, let's have a look at the user model fields from the references page. So open the Django documentation page and click on the references section. Then let's find the contrib packages. And now select the Django contrib auth item from the list. So this page gives us all the file and field explanation like username, first name, last name, email, password, and so forth.
Also, we can see that these fields on our database's auth user table. So the user object has some attributes and methods. Let's look at these attributes and methods, huh? Attributes return true and false states, and methods are used to simplify the get and update operations. So let's do some login and register examples for our project. So we have some command line methods to operate auth progress, like create super user and change password. So first, we're going to look at these methods. Open the terminal and try creating a new user method like this. Give name, email address, and password for the super user. And then check this super user from the database auth user table. So after creating super user, let's try to change the password method. So open terminal and let's change the password like this. The Django project has come with some auth password validators. And if you give a password or want to change a password that does not pass from this validator, yeah, it gives you an error. Create a view called create user in the views file, and that returns a render function with result template. And send context object to the result template to see the result on the page. Now create a result.html file that is extended from the base.html. And in the block content, implement result object from the context that will be sent with the render function. Now, don't forget to add this view to the URL patterns as a new path. Now we write our view that creates a new user and returns the user's username and emails to the page. So now let's run the server and call the base URL with create user word. This view returns username and email as we expected, so everything looks like it's working. But in order to double check, and well, let's be accurate, doggone it. Let's check the auth user table from the database. And then we can check the username and email that view has created. So now we'll try the user model method. So we write a change password view that gets the user with username and changes the password of a user with set password method. Now we have some command line methods to operate the auth progress, like create super user and change password. First, we will look at these methods. Now we have to use the save method in order to update anything from the database. So this view also returns the render function with a result template and context. And after completing views and URL patterns changes, let's try this view on the browser. So the result is now showing username because we used it to get the full name. But a user has no first name and last name information on the database. So after changing it to get a username, we will see Michael as a name on the page. Now, the most important part for authentication is authenticate a user with correct parameters, and these are username and password. So let's try this. Create a view authenticate and use the authenticate method from contrib auth packages. Now let's give a correct parameter this time. So it should be Michael for the username and Michael new password for the password. Oh, and we also add an error view if the credentials of the user are wrong. And then after completing the view operations and URL pattern updates, nice. Let's test it on a browser. So now we will look at the login decorator to restrict a view with authentication. So we created the new view getDetail and add the method decorator. So if the user is not logged in, we should redirect a user to a new page that is given as a login URL to the decorator with a URL pattern. So this time we create a new view as login URL to the decorator called login. And now let's try it on the browser. And it will give an error to the page. Also, you can redirect a user to any of the URLs that exist in URL patterns. So to sum it all up, in this section, we learned how to install Django authentication to the project. Then we looked at Django's user object that provides authentication and authorization processes. And then finally, we did an example about authentication, both on the command line and using code. Hi, everyone. Welcome. In this section, we're going to learn the Django Cache Framework. We will start with Django Cache Framework environments like memory-based cache, database cache, file system cache, and a local memory cache. Then we'll set up our first cache environment, and that'll be a database cache. Next, we'll add some arguments to the cache settings. And then finally, we're going to use the cache in our project, and we will see how to use cache programmatically in Django. Don't wait for me. Let's get started. So basically, there are 4 common yet different types of caching environments. So these are memory-based cache, database cache, file system cache, and local memory cache. So why don't we head on over to the official Django website and take a look at these environments. Go to the Django website, click Topic Guides in Documentation, and then find the Django Cache Framework. Memcached is one of the memory-based servers supported by Django natively, and big companies use this cache. There is the simple explanation of memcached implementation on Django. It's pretty straightforward to establish memcached cache system using these instructions. So another cache type is database caching. It's similar to the memcached settings, just uses a database cache backend and gives a name for the table that will be used for the cache in the database. For this, don't forget to create a cache table before using it. The next one is the file system caching that stores each cache value into the new file. It's also similar to the other types.
It just is changed at the back end, file-based cache, and gives a location. The last one is local memory caching, and that's using as a default cache system if another is not specified in the settings. Location is important if you will use more than one local memory cache. So let's go ahead and set up our first cache in our project. So we will use the database cache, and let's just follow the instructions from the Django website. Add database cache backend for the backend option, and location caches for the database table name. After adding the cache setting, let's go to the terminal and create the cache table using Manage File of Django. Then check the database tables from the pgadmin dashboard. Go to Tables and find the caches table. We already gave this name on the settings. So here there are 3 columns: cache key, value, and expires time. The cache settings is completed, but we can specify some arguments according to our requirements. So first we'll set a timeout to 500 and max entries to 1500. So these are seconds for timeout, and that default is typically 300. Number of entries for max entries and default 300 as well. Now we completed the cache settings and argument. So now we'll do a little bit of exercise. Let's figure out how to use the cache system programmatically. So let's open the view file and simply create a set value view. And in order to use the cache, we first import the cache package into our file. Then set some key and values by using the set function of the cache package, and get this key from the cache to show the result page. So add this view to the URL patterns and call the URL from the browser. Now the header is authentication now. So let's open the result.html file from the templates, and it changes it to cache. So everything looks correct. So now let's check the key and value from the table. Open the PG admin dashboard and find the caches table, and then select the first 100 rows. So you will see the cache key and value, but the value is not the value that we gave. Django encrypted the value to protect this, so we cannot find out the value from the database. So let's add get or set as our method from the cache package as a view so that we can call it to see how it is working. The get or set method is trying to find the key from the database. So if it finds it, it returns the value. Otherwise, it sets a new key and value and returns the value as well. Our last methods are delete cache and clear cache. So I'm going to let you go ahead and implement these two methods yourself and have a look for the results both for your browser and your database table. So what do we learn about in this section? In this section, we learned about the cache framework and how to use it with Django. Established our first cache, database cache, and specified arguments of cache in cache settings. And finally, we used the cache in our simple project. Good job, everybody. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. In this section, we are going to learn Django cryptographic signings. I know, I couldn't wait to get here myself. So let's look at what we're going to learn in this section. We're going to start with the importance of a secret key. Then we will look at signing methods from the Django website. Then finally, we're going to use signing methods in our project, and we will see how to use signing programmatically in Django. So the secret key is the most precious thing when it comes to signing. Without this key, signing doesn't work. Or let's say you lost the key, you cannot unsign any value that has been signed with a secret key. That's the meaning of secret, right? So let's go to the Django website. Click the topic guides and documentation and find cryptographic signing. The secret key comes up as default in project settings, and it defines as a key to secure signed data. And it is vital that you keep this secure, or this is where attackers could capture the key and use it for hacking systems or data. Now, there are some methods that are used for signing and unsigning the value, and these were already imported from the Django core packages. Now, you can catch any exception with a bad signature exception handler. Also, you can use your own secret key to generate a signed value. Django signing can be used for complex data structures like JSON, and you can sign data by using the dump and load methods. So now we've got an exercise to practice signing. So let's do it. Open the Views file and create a new view, Signing. And we have to import the signer from the Django core packages in order to use this file. So sign the myString word and unsign the signing value, and then show this on the resulting HTML template. And we'll give the value and the original strings to the result context, and then pass the context into our template. Now add this view to the URL patterns. And then go to the root folder, activate the virtual environment, then run a server to call the view from the browser. So now let's implement the same signer with a salt argument. Hi, everyone. In this section, we are going to learn the Django email framework. We will start with STMP configurations. STMP, to refresh your memory, is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. Now, what we have here is a Django-wrapped SMTP lib Python module so that we can use it for email operations. An SMTP library, right?
Then we will view sending mail, like a single email, a mass email, and all the mail parameters. Then finally, we're going to go into sending mail to admins and managers of the Django project that were determined in the settings file. So let's go to the Django website, click on the topic guides on the documentation page, and find sending email, and click on it. There's a quick example of the sending mail process, and send mail is imported from the Django core library, as you can clearly see here. Now scroll down and find email backends. The SMTP connection can be established with a host name, port number, email username, and email password, and so on. But in this section, we will use the console backend because it's useful for the development environment. So open the settings file and add the email host and email port. These are local hosts for host name 2015 for port number. Then open terminal and write what the Django document says. Just copy it from the document. So paste it to the terminal and enter. Now the development configuration is okay. So let's create a send mail view in our views file. And then add this view to the URL patterns. Then open the terminal again and go to the project's root folder. Activate the virtual environment and run the server. After running the server, call the send mail view from the browser. And you will see mail parameters on the terminal that we started the mail debugging server. So now let's try using email message with an email operation, and we'll set values to the email message. Then add the view to the URL patterns and call the view from the browser. You will see the mail parameters in the mail debugging server outputs. Now we will change the mail settings from console to Gmail. Set the email host to stmp.gmail.com. Port number 587. User local time false. Host user, your email address of Gmail and password of your Gmail password. And finally, we'll add a transport layer security or TLS option, and we'll change that to true. Now open up your Chrome browser with your logged in account and type in the search bar accounts.google.com/display unlock CAPTCHA. Click Continue to allow using Gmail server from Django. And then try sending the email to your email address. Great. So finally, we will add the admin's managers list to the settings file. So if your email settings are correct, you will get an email, and you'll also get an email if you have any errors in your system. Now you can send mail to managers by using mail managers and send mail to admins by using the mail admins function. And these two functions are explained in deeper detail in the Django documentation. So in this section, we learned how to use email in the Django application. First, we established a console backend for the development environment. Then we took a look at the sending mail process and then changed our email settings to Gmail settings. And finally, we created new admins managers list to use this for sending errors or other notification emails. Hi, everyone. This section's topic is logging. So let's go ahead and have a look at what we're going to learn. We will start with logging configurations. The Django logging setting has nested structures. That means the parts of the logging setting connect to each other. Then we'll look at four main parts of the Django logging system: formatter, handler, logger, filter. And then finally, we'll go back into our project and do a logging example. For now, go to the Django website. Click on the topic guides on the documentation page and find the logging section and click on it. Django logging has four players that are loggers, handlers, filters, and formatters, right? So why don't we start with the loggers? This is the entry point of the logging system. Each logger has a different task, and so we can refer to them as working with log levels. So debug, it's a low-level process. Info, general system info. Warning includes minor problems. An error is used for major problems, and critical describes, critical problems. Handler is the engine that determines what happens to each message. A filter is used for additional control, and a formatter describes the exact format of the text. So this shows how logging is used when you get an instance of a logger and you call the level methods of this instance. So now open the settings file in our project, and let's add a logging setting to it. Set version is 1 for now, and disable existing loggers to false because we don't want to stop the other logging operations. So let's create our first formatter item, verbose. Its format includes level name, ASC time, module, and message. And the other formatter only includes the level name and message. So now we're adding a filter, and that's required to debug as true, and that's used to filter system, and that means that the system will work if the debug setting is equal to true. Handler provides different types of logging systems, like stream handler and file handler. And these require a different type of argument, so we'll set the different arguments to different handlers. And finally, we determine the loggers. First one is hello world info. We set to console. And info file handlers, and set info for the level. Now open the views file and add logging to send object mail view. Don't forget to import logging. Set get loggers logger name hello world info, and that is our logger, and send an info message object mail sent. Open terminal, go to the root folder, activate virtual environment, and run the server again. Call send object mail from the browser. And if you look at the terminal line, you will see our simple message that contains level name and message. So info object mail sent was written into the terminal. The other handler is file streamer. So our log message was sent to the info logs file under logs folder. And there it is. The verbose formatted log has already written to the file. And in this section, we learned how to use the Django logging system. We added logging setting to the project setting file.
Then specify the formatter, handler, logger, and filter options. Then finally, we did a logging example and checked the console and the file log in our project. Hello, everyone. This is our last section, so welcome to it. It's called Signals. So let's have a look at what we're going to learn in this section. We will start with the built-in signals that are commonly used, like pre-save, post-save, request started, and request finished, and so on. Then we will look at sending a signal from a specified sender and listening to it from the receiver. And of course, we will do an exercise for signals in our project. So go to the Django website, click Topic Guides on the documentation page, find the Signals section, click on it. So Django has a signal dispatcher, which notifies the other parts of the project when any specified actions occur. Django actually has powerful built-in signals that provide a signal when a database save and delete operation is performed, and Django starts and finishes an HTTP request. In order to listen and receive a signal, first, register a function using the connect method, and it'll take the receiver, sender, week, and dispatch UID. The UID is used to prevent signal duplication. And for the receiver example, my callback view has a decorator receiver, and this receiver takes a request finished signal. When any request is finished, this method gets the signal and prints request finished to the console. So now open the models file in our project and define the first signal receiver. Import Django post-save signals, loggings, and Django auth model user. Then connect the post-save signal and give our receiver method as a first parameter and Django auth model user as a second parameter. Open terminal, go to the root folder, and activate the virtual environment and run the server. So now opening up the admin dashboard, go to Users Model and add a new user. When you click the Save button, the new user will be created and the receiver function will be notified. So it prints info user created on the console and log file.
Also, we can use the receiver decorator from the Django dispatch package. This receiver decorator is on top of the method and gets post save signal and sender model as a parameter. So now let's clear the info logs and run the server again. Create a new user with a different username. I failed 3 times when I created the new user with the same username. Then you will see a logon console and info log file. So in this section, we learned built-in signals, signal functions like receiver and sender. And we also did an exercise with post-save database signal.